the University of New York since 2010. Welcome, doctor. We also have the online participation of Davson Rego Menezes. Davson is the coordinator for the currently Academy of Intellectual Property Innovation and Development from INPI. He's in charge of treating personal data at INPE. He's a former ombudsman and executive manager from the PI Digital Plan. He's an analyst of industrial property since 2013. He's got a degree in law by the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. We also have the online participation of KCL Schmidt, who's the general coordinator on open innovation on the board of innovation by INEP. She's got an MBA in data sciences and analysis by USP Exalc, a master in social cultural analysis in communication and knowledge by the University of Complutense of Madrid, and PhD in business management by FGV. Since 2010, she's been working in the National School of Public Administration with the implementation of different practices on information management, knowledge management, as well as innovation projects. We also have the participation. I'd like to invite here up on our stage. We have Aline Ferreira. Aline, welcome. Aline is a lawyer with over 15 years of experience in intellectual property, having worked in renowned specialized offices and legal departments of major corporations. She's got an LLA in intellectual property by University of Cambridge. She was a fellow in 2015, part of the directorship as coordinator for the Conflict Resolution Hub. Aline, please. I believe we're gonna now call Ana Carolina to talk about the ebooks now. Okay, it's at the end. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm jumping the gun here on the script. So thank you so much for your participation in our opening remarks, and let's listen to Mr. Ricardo now. Can I come up here? Well, good morning, everyone. Today, I feel quite accomplished and happy because I managed to bring together so many important people here in person in Rio de Janeiro. I know that everybody's lives are super busy, of course, I'd like to thank everyone who is watching us online. We have the YouTube broadcasting in Portuguese and English. And I must confess, I'm a little nervous, but that's part of the deal. It's the good nervous, right? But before I tell you a story on how the idea of CoPPICom came up, this community of practice, I need to thank a few people. I have 5 minutes to speak here, and the idea is that we exchange more, that we talk more, and present less. We should talk, but speak as a group and exchange information. This is the spirit and the goal on creating this community. This is a community of sharing, and we are going to talk more about that during the day. So I'd like to thank the support from Dani from Fellowship Center, especially Nina and Sophie. Thank you for the sensitivity, the follow-up, and the trust. I also would like to thank Danida. Danida, which is the International Danish Development Agency, and our new colleagues that I have made, which are the coordinators for the Danida Fellows Brazil. And I would like to thank Camila Poser, Pedro Pires, and KCL Schmidt, who is going to speak here during our opening remarks as well. I would like to thank the institutional support by INPI, my boss, Flavia Romano, coordinator Davson Menezes, who is going to be here with us today, my dear friend Patricia Trotti, who's the head of the Innovation and Extension Division for INPI, I like to especially thank the group who believed with me in this project. When we submitted the idea earlier in March, and when I first introduced the project, I saw there was this surprise because what we're doing is breaking the paradigm, meaning bringing us together for a community of learning, uh, collective learning actually, in such a specific area like ours, which is managing intellectual property. So I would like to thank my friend Evanildo Vieira from INPI, our librarian, who was in charge of cataloging our ebook, which is being released today during our event. And also Carolina Cristina, who does all the admin support at INPI. Finally, I'd like to give a special thank to the group, the researchers who joined me in the project. Guys, that's it. It's a lot of people working in the backstage, and I must thank them. I'd like to thank Dr. Vijay Sahu from India, Professor Dr. Daniela Oziel from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Dr. Araquém Alves Lima, our dear friend and head of division from the region of Santa Catarina, my colleague Bernardo Benvindo, who coordinator at INPI as well in the contract department. He's the general contract coordinator for INPI, and my dear warrior friends working with me in the backstage, Dr. Aline Ferreira, and Dr. Ana Carolina, who is watching us all the way from Coimbra, Portugal, who worked with me preparing this event. So these were the people I had to thank. I thank you all who are here in person and online watching us. This event was only possible thanks to this fellowship grant from Dani and Fellowship Center and the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Denmark through the Danita Fellows Network Grant 2025. This program supports initiatives that promote the dialogue, collaboration, and the generation of knowledge between with the academia, the public sector, companies, and civil society. So those were my thank you remarks. I'd like to tell you a quick story on how the community came up. It was late 2021, in the middle of the pandemic. There was an invite for many Brazilian public servants and also people working for private companies to take part of this uh, business school in Copenhagen, the event supported by Danida, and for the grants for those researchers. It was the end of the pandemic. We had to be isolated in Denmark. We took this course, which was to foster innovation and commercialize technologies. And this course was about the recent norm ISO 56000, which is the norm about the innovation management. And within that norm, we have chapter 56005, which is about intellectual property management. Coming back from the course, all the colleagues were very surprised with the all the knowledge that we managed to take in, and we were uneasy and willing to share this knowledge that we learned and share with people here in Brazil. So in my case, when was coming back from Denmark, Professor Paulo Figueiredo, who is another person that I like to thank from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, to come up with the course on the technological innovation management for the Federal University. So, sorry, from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. So that's when the president of the Brazilian Society of Knowledge Management, who is going to speak for us here today. And also, he shared his experience at SBGC, holding a community of practice in knowledge management. So I connected the dots, the Denmark course, the innovation management course at FGV, my contact with Andres Saito, and this huge learning that I had with all the professors at FGV. Being a professor, we learn a lot from the other professors. We have here Dr. Yuri from IPT, who is also part of the group of professors at the MBA FGV. And in this course, I was in touch with Andres Saito, who had the experience that for a year in this community of practice in knowledge management, he developed a reference model in knowledge management. That's where the idea came from. That's the innovation. We think that things come out of nowhere, but actually, nothing comes out of nowhere. We just have many dots that we end up connecting to build something new. And that's where the idea came up. And we managed to then make up this community and generate this model for knowledge management. Why don't we do that for intellectual property management? So that's how the community was made up. I invited all the friends to whom I already thanked. We submitted the project, and here we are today. So I like to thank you all once again for your presence. I hope we have a very fruitful day with a lot of exchange. This is just the beginning. And now I will pass it on to our dear friend Patricia Trotti, who will pass it on to our next speaker. So here's what we're going to do. Let me just start by breaking the protocol. So what's the idea here? As I pass my mic on, what is the whole idea for the event? Is to break many paradigms. This is not an academical event. This is a hands-on event. This is a practical event. So it's not a training. Nobody's going to come here and teach anything to anyone. We are going to learn together. And a lot of the knowledge that we want to generate with the community is the tacit knowledge, the one that you're not going to find in books. You don't find it anywhere else. It's here, is in the people, in the human beings. And since the pandemic, and that's why I told you the story about the pandemic, since the pandemic, we've been losing that. This very thing, being present, living the present. We have many elements that you will notice throughout the event. There's no internet connection on purpose. Of course, you got 4G, 5G, but on purpose so that nobody, or at least to make it more difficult for you to have access to, the internet so that we live the present. The talks are online because they're not like trainings. No, we do have a lot of knowledge. They are key people who are going to explain what a community of practice is, the goal for us to be here together. And in the afternoon, Dr. Sahu, our foreigner student who's got a lot of international experience in technology transfer. At the end of the day, we are going to have an activity with Paula Vidal, which is for us to understand how those exchanges happen. And in the afternoon, we have the talk on intellectual property management to start our work. So I will now pass it on to Tarko Borg, who is the counselor from Denmark here in Brazil. So please, Dr. Tarko.
Muito obrigado, Ricardo.
Thank you so much,
Todo
Ricardo.
mundo está me ouvindo? Sim? Tem áudio?
Yes, do you hear me? You got audio?
Excelente.
Okay.
Bom dia a todo
Awesome.
mundo.
So good morning,
Alô,
everyone.
todos e todas. Eu sou o Terco Borg, eu estou
I
conselheiro
am
aqui
Tarko
na
Borg. I'm a
Embaixada da
counselor
Dinamarca no
at
Brasil.
the Embassy of Denmark in
É
Brazil.
grande prazer
It is a great
participar
pleasure
virtualmente
to
nesse evento
participate
hoje.
virtually in this event today.
Tem áudio? Não?
Do you have audio? Just a sec, because
Não?
we
Não
cannot
tem
hear you.
nada?
No, you don't
Áudio?
hear me? Just a sec. We're
Tá.
fixing that up. Sure. He's speaking
Português,
Portuguese.
inglês,
I can speak
tudo ok.
Portuguese, English, Danish,
Persa, francês.
Persian, French. Yeah, we do have translation from English to Portuguese and vice versa, and two YouTube channels. So at some point, we are going to have those hiccups. Can you please say
Alô?
something?
Tá
Hello?
melhor agora?
Do you hear me
Tá me
now?
ouvindo?
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfectly.
Alô?
Hello?
Testando. Um, dois,
Testing
três.
audio, 1, 2, 3.
Tem muito pouco áudio, mas você
I can barely
está me
hear
ouvindo?
you. Do you hear me all
Posso
right?
falar?
Can I
Ah, tá
go?
bom. Tá bom.
Yes. Go ahead.
Perfeito.
Okay,
Então,
perfect.
bom dia a todo mundo
So,
e muito obrigado pelo
thank you all,
convite.
everyone, for inviting
Queria,
me.
primeiramente,
First of all,
agradecer
I
o
would like
Ricardo,
to thank
parabenizar o
Ricardo
Ricardo e a
and
equipe
congratulate Ricardo
para a
and his
realização
team
desse evento
for
hoje,
holding this
esse
event
começo
today.
da comunidade. Acho
You
que
know, from the very beginning
é
of our
passo
community, I
maravilhoso,
believe
uma
this is a
iniciativa
wonderful
maravilhosa
step. It's a wonderful initiative.
dentro da área de propriedade intelectual. Eu sou o Thiago Bock, eu sou conselheiro na Embaixada da Dinamarca aqui no Brasil. Eu sou, como a Patrícia falou, gerente da operação dia a dia com nossa parceria aqui. A
In our
Dinamarca
partnership,
tem
Denmark
quatro
has
parcerias,
4
cooperações
partnerships
estratégicas
and strategic
com o Brasil.
cooperations with Brazil.
Temos esse aqui na área da
We have
propriedade
this one
intelectual
in intellectual property
e governo digital,
and
temos outra na
digital
energia
government. We
e
have
na
another one
saúde
in
e com
energy, then in
cidades
healthcare,
sustentáveis
as well as
também.
sustainable cities.
Então, eu me
So
cuido desse
I
parceria
am
aqui
responsible for taking care of this
desde
partnership. I've
2020.
been doing that since
Eu não queria
2020.
falar muito
I
longo,
didn't want to
porque eu
say
concordo
for
totalmente com
a long
o
time because I
Ricardo,
absolutely
que
agree with
a meta
Ricardo
hoje é
that
de
our goal
compartilhar essas
today is to
experiências,
share
mas eu
experiences,
queria
but
destacar
I like to
que
highlight
na Embaixada da Dinamarca
that
aqui
at
estamos
the
muito
Embassy of
felizes
Denmark,
com
we're
essa
very
parceria, esse
happy
diálogo
with this
forte que a
partnership
gente tem
and
com o
strong
INPE
dialogue that we
e a
have with
comunidade de
INPI
propriedade
and the
intelectual no
community of
Brasil.
intellectual property in
E queria
Brazil.
prolongar e fortalecer
And
esse
I
diálogo.
like
E
to
essa
really strengthen
iniciativa é
this
uma
dialogue. And
ferramenta
this
excelente
initiative is an
para esse
excellent
meta, para a
tool
gente,
for
porque
growth
normalmente a
for
gente
us
faz
because
assim,
usually
trocas
we have
institucionais entre
institutional
especialistas do
exchanges with
INPE
different
Brasil
experts
e
of
o
INPI in
DKPTO,
Brazil
que é
and
o órgão de
TKPTO,
TPI na
which is
Dinamarca.
the
E esse
IP
funciona muito bem, mas sempre
agency in
estamos
Denmark, and we're
buscando
doing very well.
inspiração
But we're really looking for
para melhorar
inspiration
a cooperação
to
assim.
improve our
De uma
cooperation.
maneira,
In a way,
cooperação assim,
I mean,
sobre inovação e TI é pouco
this area
desafiador de
of
programar,
innovation is quite
porque tem
challenging
certas áreas
because
técnicas,
we have some certain
institucionais, como
techniques and
fazer a gestão
institutional
e a
techniques on
governança
how
de
to
TI,
manage
onde tem
our
muito
IP
amplo
governance,
espaço
where there
para
is a
trocar
lot of room
experiências e
to
perspectivas,
exchange
mas nessa
experiences.
área
But
a comercialização
this
e
year,
a proteção de PI
when
assim
we started with
é
the
pouco
IP
mais assim,
protection,
difuso, pouco mais
we are
desafiador
being a little more
de
diffuse
criar
and challenging
atividades ali.
to
Mas
create
agora estamos
activities. But
entrando numa
now
fase da cooperação que
we
vai continuar
are starting
até
our cooperation
2029,
phase that will
esperamos,
start in 2029.
onde queremos
We
expandir
want
a
to
programação
expand
e a cooperação
the
para envolver
program
outros parceiros.
and
Acho
to
que essa
involve other
iniciativa é
partners. I
uma
believe that in
plataforma
this team,
incrível para
this is an
começar
amazing
esse
platform for
diálogo.
us to start the
Eu
dialogue.
já li
And I
pouco
have already read
de relatos sobre
a
esse
few
curso e as
reports
perspectivas
about this
com
course and the
todos
different
vocês, todos os
perspectives.
participantes estão
With all of you, all the
voltando para o
participants
Brasil com
are
ideias,
back
iniciativas.
to
Na
present
semana
the
passada
committee and the
eu
initiatives
tive
last week.
o prazer de falar muito com
And
o Bernardo, que está realizando esse panorama, esse
we
inicial de
are
contratos de tecnologia, que acho que é uma iniciativa maravilhosa.
we have this amazing initiative,
E exatamente essas
and
ideias
that's exactly
que eu,
the
como
idea
gerente
that
desse
myself,
parceria,
as a manager of this
queria
partnership,
que vai,
I would like
ou
to
assim,
say
florescer pouco
to
mais,
flourish a little
porque
more on that.
tem essas ideias que vocês estão gerando e criando, E queremos, onde
that you are
fica
generating,
possível, de
and we
incluir
want
na nossa
to
parcerias, nossa cooperação,
bring our
porque
partnership
achamos
closer,
que
because we believe
essa
that
criatividade,
this
como avançar a
creativity,
inovação e a gestão
as we
de TI no
advance in
Brasil,
terms of IT management in Brazil,
tem espaço para
has
informar
room
mais com essas ideias
to
de vocês.
increase
Então,
with your
queria
help.
outra vez
So
parabenizar para a
I would like to
iniciativa. É
congratulate you
prazer
for
para
this
a embaixada
initiative.
de participar desse
It's a pleasure
evento.
for the embassy to participate in this event,
É
and
evento e
it is
assim, tipo,
an event
iniciativa que o
that
TFC também
is
queria
an
impulsionar muito.
initiative that I
Eles
want
têm
to
grande foco
move forward,
sobre como dar seguimento
because
para esses
uh,
cursos na
we can
Dinamarca,
follow these
para
courses in
ter
the national
impacto
market
ali
so that we
nos
have
países
a higher
parceiros.
impact in
Quer
the
dizer
partner
que eles têm
countries,
muito interesse de ouvir
because
de
they are
vocês
very much interested in
e falar
listening
com vocês
to
como
what you have to
vocês
say and
podem assim,
talking
ter
to you,
impacto com essas
and
ideias
understand
no
how you
Brasil.
can
E a
have an impact
embaixada
with
fica
this
aqui
in
à
Brazil, and the embassy is
disposição para
available for
vocês,
you to
para trocar ideias
exchange
também, mas
ideas,
acho que
but
esse tipo
also
de iniciativa, como
I
também se
believe
diz,
that
essa
this kind of
comunidade é
initiative
ideal
in this
para
community
avançar
is
essa
the ideal
missão
thing for
juntos.
us to push this mission forward.
Então, acho que é mais ou menos isso
So
que
I
eu
think this is
queria
about what I wanted
compartilhar com
to
vocês.
say.
Hoje eu vou
This
deixar o
was the
meu e-mail
message
lá
I
no
wanted to
chat
convey and share with you.
para quem
And
que tem
I will
uma
be
ideia
available on the chat if you want
como
to talk to
que
me,
pode ser
or if you
parte
have any
da nossa
ideas that
parceria
you
do longo
think that can be
prazo, ideias para
good
explorar
for the
mais, onde
partnership throughout the
você
world,
está imaginando que seria
and
muito
or
útil de organizar
things that you
trocas
believe that
online ou
are nice
presencialmente
for us to organize things
com colegas da
ideally.
Dinamarca, parceiros no
So
setor público,
as
privado, na
partners
Dinamarca
in
para
Denmark,
gerar essas ideias e trocar experiências
we
sobre a
want
gestão de
to
TI.
generate more ideas and bring
Então,
this
é isso,
partnership
gente.
closer.
Muito
So this
obrigado
is about
pelo
it.
convite.
So thank you
Estamos
very much for
juntos
the
e estou
invitation.
à
We're
disposição
together,
para
and
responder as
once again, I'm
perguntas e
available
dúvidas que
to
vocês
answer questions
tiverem.
or to
Muito
discuss
obrigado.
whatever you want to discuss. Okay, thank you. We are the ones that want to thank you for your words. And now I'm going to give the floor to Gabson Menezes, the coordinator of the academia. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me fine? Can you all hear me? Thank you, Ted Turco. Thank you very much.
Olá, bom dia a todas e todos. Me ouvem
Good
bem?
morning, everyone. Can you all hear me
Que
fine?
ótimo. É uma imensa
Okay.
satisfação
So
estar
it's a
aqui na
great pleasure
abertura
to be here
do
in this
CoPPICom,
opening of the
essa
CoPPICom.
iniciativa brilhante do
This
professor
brilliant
Ricardo, da
initiative
equipe
with Professor
envolvida, engajada,
Ricardo, with a team that is
em mais
engaged
uma inovação,
and
uma
involved in
inovação
one more
que
innovation,
transborda
an
muitas
innovation
vezes
that
prateleiras, que
overflows
transborda
some
espaços,
shelves and
mas que propõe a
spaces,
criação de
but
pontes.
also
Eu
proposes
quero aqui
creating bridges.
dedicar um
I
espaço
want to
considerável de tempo
dedicate a
a
considerable
considerações a respeito do
amount of
professor
time
Ricardo, que eu tenho
to
a
make
honra de chamar de
considerations
amigo,
with regard to Professor
que
Ricardo, that
está à
is,
frente
I
de
have
mais
the
essa
honor to call
iniciativa e
friend,
que
that
ela
is
mobiliza
ahead of this
realmente,
initiative,
muitas
because
vezes,
it
campos
mobilizes
ou áreas que podem
several
estar
feuds that
com um
are
pouco de poeira, que podem estar até
somehow
com um
dusted,
certo mofo,
and
pela dificuldade que a gente tem de
because due to
buscar
the
realmente
difficulty that we have
novas
to
práticas,
look for new
a abertura
practices,
para uma
for
dialética
opening a new
que
dialect,
está no cerne da proposta
and that is
trazida
in
pelo
the
professor
core
Ricardo.
of the
O professor
proposal
Ricardo
that
assumia
Professor
até pouco
Ricardo
tempo o posto que hoje
poses.
eu ocupo,
And so Professor Ricardo,
e a gente nota o brilhantismo
not so long
dessa
ago, was in the
mente,
position that I am right
desse
now.
caro amigo que lidera o projeto,
But
no momento que
I think the
num ambiente
participation of
muito
this dear
restrito,
friend
num
in this
cenário
project is
de muitas
in a moment that is
preocupações,
very restricted, with a
a gente
scenario of
pode
many
recordar
concerns.
esse ambiente
And it's important that we can
Na
discuss
pandemia,
about this
ou logo
topic,
após
you know,
também, as
we can
descobertas de que a gente
talk
estava
about it
diante
ever since the
de um
pandemic or
grande
right after
surto
that,
epidêmico,
when we had
ainda assim não poupou
the
esforços para se
epidemic
dedicar
surge,
a essa iniciativa,
and
para modelar essa iniciativa,
we started this initiative to
para
model that
conceber também
and to
uma
conceive
equipe, um grupo de
a
pesquisa
team
que
and a
pudesse
research group
se
that
engajar nesse
could really
projeto.
engage in this
Diante disso, a
project.
gente nota que de lá para cá
And based on
a
that,
gente
we
teve
see that ever
transformações
since we
impostas
have
por esse
had
mundo
several
moderno, por esse mundo
transformations
que ainda
imposed
estava
by
se
this modern
reconhecendo
world, about this world
após
that was still recognizing
todas
itself
essas
after
transformações
so
impostas
many
pela
transformations that were
pandemia
posed by
da
the pandemic
Covid-19, que ainda
and
não se
of
passou o tempo suficiente
2019,
para que
and
possamos dizer que
it
esquecemos,
there hasn't been time enough
e
for us to forget that.
retorna com
And
a
we
realização
return with the
dessa ponte que a gente
achievement,
dizia até pouco, né?
with
Com essa
the
proposta de
conduction of this
dialética,
bridge that
e
we
num
talked
momento
about and this
muito
proposal
oportuno.
of dialect in a
Estamos
very
no nosso
timely
instituto,
moment
no Instituto Nacional da Propriedade
that we
Industrial
are
aqui no
in
Brasil,
the National
discutindo
Institute
gestão do
of Intellectual
conhecimento,
Property
gestão
here
da
in Brazil,
inovação,
discussing the
e temos
management
o
of
professor
knowledge,
Ricardo como
management
uma
of
grande
innovation.
referência, junto a
And this
outros
has
amigos,
enabled us
colegas que
to
também estão
discuss and have an
presentes ao
opportunity with
evento,
colleagues that are
mas
present here in this event.
num instante muito
But
oportuno,
in
que
a
eu
moment
dizia,
that is very
em
timely,
que
like I've
a
said,
gente busca
in
também
which we
uma
look
validação
for
de
a
práticas, uma validação
validation
de
of the
processos,
practices, of the
ou a
processes,
organização também de
and or
estruturas
maybe the organization
organizacionais, para que a
of
gente se
structures
desenvolva na gestão do
and
conhecimento,
organizational charts
reconhecendo que
that
no
so that we
fundamento
can
do modelo de
develop
excelência de
in the
gestão, que
knowledge
hoje é aplicado no
management,
Instituto,
defending the
a
management that
gestão
is
do
applied in
conhecimento
the institute.
ela
Knowledge management
é irmã da gestão da inovação,
is
né? Elas duas
goes hand in
fraternalmente
hand
convivem
with
debaixo de um
innovation.
fundamento
So
de
they are
inovação,
all under a
buscando
fundamental thing
também
about innovation
caminhar numa
that also
hierarquia
seeks
que
to
nasce,
go
né,
through a hierarchy that
em
is
dados,
created
né,
based
no
on data
levantamento de dados,
and
passa
based
por
on
uma
data
estruturação
survey and goes through a
que
structuring
é tratada no âmbito
that
da
is
gestão da
treated
informação,
with an
evolui
approach of
para a gestão do
management
conhecimento,
and
e depois
evolves
a gente
to
poderia dizer que
knowledge
ela se
management
encerra
and
para
then
dar início a um
goes
novo ciclo
to
próspero
start a
na
new
sabedoria,
prosperous
mas
cycle
que cabe muito
with
bem aqui a
wisdom,
gente
and
se
that
permitir substituir a sabedoria, o wisdom,
we can allow
pela,
ourselves to replace
pela gestão da
wisdom
inovação,
uh,
pela própria inovação em si.
for
E quando a
innovation
gente,
management, for
inclusive,
innovation itself.
trata de gestão,
And when
naturalmente a
we
gente não está falando
approach a
aqui de atores
management, when
que
we deal with
se
management, we're
arvoram na
not
posição
talking about players
de
that
grandes
have the
heróis,
position of
daqueles
great
que
heroes
conseguem
that
realizar
will
mágicas,
be able to
mas
do
muito pelo contrário, a
magic,
gente está
but
falando de liderança, a gente está falando de
we are talking
cultura, a
about
gente está
leadership,
propondo,
we are talking about
inclusive,
culture, we
uma
are proposing
sistematização debaixo
systematization
daquele que possa
under
exercer ou daqueles que
what
possam
is
exercer a liderança,
those that can
mas acima
exercise
de
this
tudo a gente
leadership.
precisa
But above all, we need to understand the human factor that is involved. This human factor is very well coordinated and managed in a way so that we can have a real vocational team for innovation. And when we deal with innovation, of course, naturally, we need to have impactful achievements. So in all that, I see very well our dear friend, Professor Ricardo, because his humanity that is brought in his capacity of creating relationships and the importance that he gives this factor that is the driver of the management, but that it's not closed in itself, but also looks for the development of a higher grade of intellectuality, and but recognizing that above all we are all humans makes me feel quite honored to see beforehand the success of this initiative that is not my merit, but that allows me to look in the horizon, but it's the conviction due to the experience of being together with the professor. That is why I want to express that this person, although involved in everything that was demanded by the pandemic, was able to bring the right moment to this achievement, mobilizing partners and players and actors that share the same values that we see more clearly now. The value of initiative that Turco has also brought here very well, the importance of the partnership, which makes all the agents that are involved, including the Danish government, can see that. And it's very nice to see that when we already have the product ready. And like Professor Ricardo said in his opening words, it's very hard to see under fog, under a nervous sea, all the difficulties that we can cross this ocean, with turbulence, but we really, but being really able to organize all these factors and making them verticals for this achievement. So once again, I want to say how honored I feel to be here somehow conveying this message to you. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there in person, but I'm here trying to send you the best vibrations, the best vibes, and rooting for the success of this initiative, having my heart close to your heart, and to all of those that are with us online. And I know that it's common to say every time we talk about innovation, it's common to talk about disruption. But I really see something very disruptive happening in this moment, and that is going to be a landmark because we are approaching with a very hostile and tough environment. But those that are here to make this effort are here establishing a relationship and a dialect and a proposal to bring this to a tacit universe, making this conversion happen in a way that nobody is going to go against it, but as opposed to that, are going to be here enjoying this and disputing who is contributing more for the development of this management of this disruption management and intellectual property. Once again, thank you to Professor Ricardo. I hope that our dear friend Patrícia Tati has also brought you all the messages, warm messages that we wanted to convey, and a great hug and congratulations to everybody. I wish you all a great event. Enjoy it. Thank you, Dacio. So I'll give the floor to Kay Salimit. Welcome, Kay Sally. So thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to introduce the coordinators of the Dennett Fellows Network in Brazil. I think I can hear some echo. It sounds like I can hear myself twice, so if you can help me fix that. Okay, now it's fine. Thank you. So it helps my reasoning when we don't have an echo. So I was part of the creation of the network in Brazil, which was an idea that came from Pedro Pires that already had contact with other coordinators of other networks from other countries. And we found it really interesting to start this movement in Brazil. And I do not regret it. I think it was really a case that is going to bring lots of fruits, but has already reaped some fruits and the network in Brazil is 2 years old. And over this time, we have participated of 2 global meetings with network coordinators, and we could observe how much the DFC supports the formation of these networks with the purpose of strengthening people that go through trainings. And we understood that at this moment in Brazil, the main objective of the network should be the professional development of the members of the network, and initiatives like this one, the creation of a community, and other things with the support of DFC and the support of us that are the coordinators of the network. We want to stimulate that everybody have initiatives like that. I appreciate very much this community. I'm also a representative of the core of technological innovation of technology, and we want to be close to you. And above all, we want to incentivize collaboration. We want to stimulate collaboration. I have already participated of the knowledge community, and it's very good when we are able to exchange ideas and talk about our insecurities with people that we can trust, that are participating, and that we can exchange ideas about our success, our mistakes, our professional insecurities, and that we can learn with each other. So I wish a long life to this community. And I put myself available. I make myself available, and Professor Ricardo is also a coordinator of the network. So together with other people, so we needed to increase. Initially, we were 6. Then we were 3, and now we are 5. And we are looking for this renewal, because the network is not ours. We are trying to foster this innovation and this engagement, but it belongs to all the students of DFC. So we want to have suggestions and participation from those that are interested in supporting us. So if you want to support us, just look for us. If you're there in person, look for Ricardo. If you are in our network, you can manifest there. And I wish you all a huge success to this event that has already been incredible. And I know it's going to be a very fruitful day. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you, Kay Sally, for your words. And last but not least, we're going to hear the considerations of the professor now. Well, I'm going to be very brief because we're a little behind in time. And the essential part is not my talk here, is the exchange that we're going to have here in person, is the idea of being able to get to know each other, learn about the challenges, the common challenges that we have, and what we can build together. I'm going to go quickly through the schedule to the agenda. So when we finish this opening, we're going to have Dr. Sagu that has already been waiting. We have already told him that we're a bit late, but we're going to go to him quite soon. And then we have Andreas, and then Dr. Sahu is going to bring his experience in the Indian Agency of Transfers and Technologies and talk about knowledge management and the communities and how they work at SBGC and what it can teach our community. And then we're going to have a break the ice activity with Paula Vidal, who's a psychologist, and that is already here. Then we break for lunch, and then we go back with Juliana Viana. And then we'll have a practice that is going to be led by Ricardo about the diagnosis of maturity of each of the organizations. Then we're going to have a coffee break, because without coffee, this country does not go forward. And then I'm going to mediate a practice that is to build the objectives and the next steps of this community. So, and since this community is a fruit of Ana Carolina Pereira, that is in Coimbra, she takes care of communication and the academic media. She has helped us a lot, and she helped us coordinate the editing of an ebook that is already available on the website of the community, and everybody that is in Denmark, like me, Ricardo, and some other people present here, can see and can leave me with, and to see how that can contribute to the system, to contribute to a healthier system here in Brazil. With no further ado, I'm going to ask Patricia I'll give the floor to Patricia so she will introduce Dr. Sahu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aline. We'd like to thank the opening remarks for the contributions, and we're going to move on with our programming. We have the honor to receive here online Dr. Jai Sahu from the National Research Development Corporation, who will be presenting the talk, Insights on the Management of Intellectual Property to Boost and Conduct the Transfer and Trading of Technology. Dr. Sahu is a professional in technology management, intellectual property, and innovation with over 20 years experience. He is a master's by the University of Jawaharlal Nehru. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. And he's a former student of the Business School of Copenhagen and a former scholar from Avenida. Currently is the responsible for the National Research Development Corporation in the government of India, being acknowledged twice as the best center for support of innovation. He was named on the 100 best leaders in intellectual property by the World Intellectual Property Forum. Throughout his history, he has coordinated over 500 programs in intellectual property. He has made the transfer of over 75 different technologies and has built the collaboration with the academia, the manufacturing, the industries, and SPTO, GKPTO, JETRO, and UK IPO. After his explanation, his presentation, we are going to have 20 minutes for questions from the people who are here and for those who are on YouTube as well. So you can conduct your questions and we will be passing it on to you. Thank you so much. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's my great honor and privilege to be part of this program. And thank you, all my distinguished colleague, participant, and also professional of Brazil, and also the best, and also one of the best organization where we got connected is Avenida Fellowship Center. Thank you for giving this opportunity. It is my honor and privilege. God bless you all. And this will leverage our collaboration for innovation to mitigate the challenge of what globally we are facing today in all form of technology where intellectual property is playing an important role for global sustainability. And it is our collective goal, collective mandate, collective mission to mitigate the challenge in connecting the dot, in leveraging innovation, sustainability, and benefit sharing. I have a small presentation I wanted to just share. I hope my PPT is visible to all of you. Can you please confirm whether my PPT is visible to all of you? Okay.
We still don't see it. We still don't see it.
Okay. Yes. Now? Okay, now visible. Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you please confirm me? Am I audible?
We can see your presentation.
Can you please confirm me whether am I audible?
Doctor, do you hear me? Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. So, yes. So on quote, if you light a lamp for someone else, it will also brighten your path, Lord Buddha. So objective is leveraging innovation, intellectual property. And on quote, India becoming an innovation hub is a symbol of the fact that we are not going to stop, Honorable Prime Minister of India. We have a best bilateral engagement with Brazil. We are leveraging in all sector, including food and other relevant sector. And today, when we are talking about innovation, we must get the true definition of innovation. And the true definition of innovation is more from less for more, how we can leverage to the people of the last mile. That's the objective of innovation today, we believe. Friends, recently we transfer one of the technology, and that technology is useful for uh, tuberculosis. And this was transferred to one of the startup company for further clinical trial developed by institution and institution IP that we validated and transfer and commercialize to the industry. That's our goal today when we are talking about intellectual property management and technology transfer. Innovation is a long-term health of economy. And innovation is always market-driven, invention-driven, and technology-driven. During Corona, India played a very important role in tracing, testing, and treating of COVID-19, including vaccine. And India also exported such vaccine to our partner like the country like developing country, including our partner country where we have a bilateral engagement. And we came out with many solutions like PPE kit that was developed by our Indian innovator and that has been transferred to Indian industry and those industry who are making this product and making export potential. So when we are talking about intellectual property right, this is in our thought and philosophy. Intellectual property is the idea, and that is the goddess Saraswati, goddess. And if we brings academia and industry together, we need to bring both goddess Saraswati and Lakshmi. And Lakshmi is nothing but the industry, those who are giving product. That's we do in transferring technology from academia to industry, bringing confidence, loyalty, and trust so that investor can also invest, new entrepreneur we can create, and give a new product to the society to mitigate the challenge. We support for empowering women with true value addition of IP in branding such product, doing technology transfer and hand holding them so that they can bring the product to the market. That's our goal and mandate, and also leveraging green technology transfer to the industry, MSME, and startup. We support women entrepreneur and in development of such kind of technology from ideation to commercialization and such kind of handholding, we as a national organization making the difference in the country in mitigating the challenge. Friends, Article 27 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, everyone has the right to the protection of the moral and material interests resulting from any scientific, literary, or artistic production of which he is the author. And we have the right to protect. At the same time, we have the right to share for scientific advancement and benefit. And that's the ecosystem today in India. The intellectual property right in all form has been put in place, and we are leveraging intellectual property support, facilitation, management, and also monetization in creating value and extracting value. We are integrating IP into our institution, startup and MSME in creating the opportunity of branding, brand positioning, and also patent portfolio and IP valuation. And that's the institutional leadership today in India, making the difference in creating many IP, and that IP also further translated, incubated, and become commercialized. Benefiting society and economy, academic plays a very important role that has been discussed time to time, and academic plays an important role in creating knowledge. Our role is to acknowledge the knowledge, manage the knowledge, and monetize the knowledge. And we do uh, support for university R&D interaction with industry for various research, innovation, technology development, validation, and commercialization. That's India has a practice and also policy. Every institution have a IP policy, and there should be a benefit sharing and also transfer of right, and also encouraging entrepreneurship and startup. Our Startup India movement, Make in India movement, Skill India movement. Now we are talking about self-reliant India. This institutional policy leverages the innovation at institutional level. There is a benefit sharing to the faculty, industry, MSME, and startup. At the same time, there is a social and ethical value on that part. That's ecosystem where we are talking about research, innovation, and intellectual property that should be harmonized and also give an opportunity of collaboration with various universities where knowledge can be shared, care, and also there should be a benefit sharing. Supporting to the women entrepreneur in techno entrepreneurial opportunity, NRDC played a very important role in leveraging such kind of invention to innovation, in doing all kind of value addition, IP protection, technology development, validation, pilot plant, field testing, market survey, prototype, all this support. NRDC as a national organization, we are bridging the gap between academia and industry, taking technology lab to the land, mine to the market, and giving a product, indigenous product, and also mitigating the challenge at technology readiness level, the TRL. And we have a national ecosystem for technology readiness level assessment, and that we do. And also we support for technology facilitation to the SMEs and industries in the country so that we can transfer a validated technology. SMEs will get and benefit and mitigating the challenge. We have a lot of technology. I will share to all of you. I am grateful that you have given this opportunity. We can enhance our collaboration internationally, bilaterally. That's the objective today. We are connected with all in making technology transfer, commercialization of intellectual property for a sustainable future. That's our goal. That's our mandate at multilateral forum like WIPO Geneva. That's our objective in having a regional engagement bilaterally, multilaterally, institutionally. At the same time, that is also our credibility in getting a recognition from the government as a best innovation technology innovation center in the country. And thank you for giving this opportunity. I am so grateful because this engagement give you many momentum, many engagement. Brazil, India played a very important role in the BRICS, and we are grateful how we can leverage each other, connect each other, support each other, handhold each other for the innovation convergence so that we can celebrate. So friends, our action is today we have to protect, manage, and monetize and multiply. This is what we do in practice and leveraging innovation for a Viksit Bharat. Thank you all of you for giving this opportunity. My mobile number, email ID is there. We are looking forward such kind of engagement, collaboration, and I am grateful to Ricardo, Ellen, and all our friends who have given me this opportunity. God bless you all. Jai Hind. And let's connect, collaborate, and co-create and celebrate the innovation for sustainability. God bless you all.
So from the brief talk of Dr. Sahu, our first speaker, international speaker of the day, it is very clear the importance of building networks of collaboration and also building competences for the collaboration. And in that sense, as he's got a very busy agenda and he's here with us, willing to make this exchange with us, I'd like to invite you guys who are here on our audience and also the people who are on YouTube and those who are here in person to please ask questions if you have any. I would like to start with the people who are here in person. Would anybody like to ask any question to Dr. Sahu, please? Because if you don't ask any questions, I'm gonna have to start myself so that I start provoking a debate because that's the actual goal. Our goal here is to exchange, right? So I see that we don't have any questions coming from YouTube. We do have a first question here in person. Can I please ask our assistants to bring the mic to the person in the room who is willing to ask a question? So please introduce yourself and ask your question in Portuguese because we do have a translation. Good morning everyone. I'd like to thank Professor Sahu for the great presentation. One thing I would like him to go a little deeper on is about the monetization of intellectual property. My perception is that one of the biggest challenges we have is to leave this process of protecting what we have done and actually turn that into this knowledge into an economic asset, meaning being able to explore knowledge and make this knowledge generate revenue. So what is the challenge that you have been facing in India and how that has been happening at the international level? So how does this transfer happens on the access to income by selling the IP with other countries? Thank you.
Shall I need to respond?
Yes, please.
Okay, we are looking forward for the engagement, and I'm looking forward any kind of communication bilaterally for doing such kind of engagement internationally. But as a national organization, we support various SMEs, startups, and also academics in protection of intellectual property and also hand-holding such intellectual property, further testing and also validation and including IP valuation. At the same time, we try to find out appropriate industries where we can further scale up and transfer the technology. And many such technology we transferred recently with various SMEs and startup. That's we do. That is our practice, and also that is our engagement with various cluster level innovation ecosystem, and we are looking forward, and we are there. In fact, we support SMEs, particularly in scouting the technology for them from various national labs, because many Indian national labs are coming out with many technology, and that technology we further validate, do the validation and also support for IP if any requirement, and then we go for commercialization.
Thank you, Dr. Salud. Does anybody have any questions? You can say your name, introduce yourself. My name is Yuri Coffee. I'm a searcher of PT de Carreira. I'm a professor at Fundação Getúlio Vargas. And my question is similar to the question of Professor Araquém, because he mentioned wallet sharing in the presentation, and here in Brazil we have challenges with this negotiation of intellectual property between research institutes and universities transferring the technology to private companies. So I'd like to hear in general lines how this policy of dividing this royalty payments of the companies that explore the technology in India, and also that they have other alternative, and if they have other alternative models in terms of the monetization of the exploration of these technologies developed by ICTs and universities based on commercial exploration.
Can someone little bit translate? I could not get the language.
So you need to go to the English channel in the bottom of the screen. You have interpretation, and we are doing the simultaneous interpretation for you. I send you some orientation in the chat. Are you able to see the globe interpretation globe?
Yeah, I am able to see the, yes.
And then you choose English, please.
Yes, I am getting your message.
So did you choose English channel?
Yes. Can you please
Can you hear me now?
translate
Can you hear me? Can you hear the translation now? Sahu, can you hear me? This is Julia,
Can you
the
please
translation.
translate it to English?
Yes, I'm in the English channel translating for you. Can you hear me?
Are you able to listen to Julia? She's speaking with you.
Exactly.
No, I'm not able to get any voice from your side other than your voice.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you hearing her?
No.
So you need to click in the interpretation globe and click in English.
Yes, I'm trying, but it's not coming.
Just click in the globe and then click in English, and then we'll be all set.
No, I'm not able to do.
You just need to choose English.
No, it's not coming.
So, but you can see you can see the interpretation globe, right?
No.
You didn't found the interpretation globe. You can go in the 3 dots in your screen, and then you see interpretation.
But it's in Brazilian language, in the Portuguese, but not in English.
You have 2 channels to choose: Portuguese or English. Interpretation, not captions. Interpretation is a globe.
I am not able to get it.
You need to go to the 3 dots, and then there you have a option interpretation.
Yes, but it's not coming. I think there is some issues at my end here.
Okay, so maybe we can.
Yeah.
A bit of your experience on that.
Okay. Yes, in India, there is an institutional IP policy. Every institution, every national laboratories has have a IP policy, if and also IP strategy mechanism, and it's going off. And the objective of this IP creation is to connect with the industry, MSME and SMEs and startup. So having that strategy, IP strategy is need of the hour, and institution have a policy practice and objective and benefit sharing. If any technology from any institute goes to any industry in licensing of such technology know-how, the benefit sharing mechanism is there. And under that benefit sharing mechanism, the scientists who develop such technology in the institution will get the major share as far as the licensing premium is concerned. And every year they collect the royalty, and the royalty percentage also share with the inventor. That's the policy at institutional level. And government of India came out with a policy at national level, and under that national level, every institution, every industries have also their respective policy to harmonize, to manage and monetize the intellectual property.
Pergunta para fazer ao Dr. Sarru. Então, se a audiência tiver alguma pergunta, eu tenho só uma pergunta breve para resumir esse evento. Eu acho que as pessoas aqui no Brasil ainda têm algumas dúvidas de como ganhar dinheiro com a propriedade intelectual, né? E nós temos algumas políticas, né, que determinam essa monetização. E a Índia tem uma reputação bem mais longeva com relação a esse tipo de coisa, principalmente nos fármacos, né? Porque é um dos principais centros do mundo nessa área. Então, parte dessa reputação, ela foi obtida não só com a proteção da propriedade intelectual, mas também de tornar as coisas
patents and how institutions and organizations address this challenge to decide what is going to be protected, what is not.
India is known for that in the pharma sector, and particularly the pharmaceutical invention, we have a very, very stipulated policy and act, Indian Patent Act, that talks section 3D of Indian Patent Act talked about the pharmaceutical invention, and that has been discussed and deliberated in multiple forum. And particularly, pharma industry is the backbone of Indian industry, particularly exporting of generic drug. At the same time, we have a policy that exclusivity and also issues of microorganism and invention related to plant and invention related to the any herb Ayurvedic and herbal traditional medicine. That is also we are very, very pragmatic in that part to manage the traditional knowledge and also benefit sharing to the community. So in that respect, I think India is leveraging beautifully in the pharmaceutical sector, and our judiciary also plays an important role to safeguard the community and the people, so that common people should access to affordability, adaptability, and availability of the drug that we are talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Sarru. I don't know, this is the last chance. Alguém tem mais alguma pergunta? Is there any further question? Are there any further questions? We have one further question. So please.
Meu nome é Marcelo, eu atuo na VEG.
My name is Marcelo. I work for VEG. My question is, as it has been provoked, I'm going to put a little bit about the complex questions that I think that may exist. And I, as a Brazilian company, domestic company, in the studies we see a lot, as ever since the creation of intellectual property, the existence of two biases. One, to give the inventor the opportunity to protect his creations, which is a very noble act. But we know that we have economic inequalities throughout the world. And of course that we have an economic war at a level that will be seen in the next steps, but it's evolving. So a lot has been said about intellectual property as a means of transferring technology to the countries that have less technologies, as the emerging countries, including Brazil, India, and other countries. And then, as of the creation of TRIPS, where there was the balance of the language of intellectual property protection, we believe that this was going to happen in a more effective way, and the studies have shown that it hasn't been happening. So I put this question about how India has been dealing with that, and if there are policies and what has been done for these transfers to happen in a more effective way, so that they can reach the companies, because everybody knows that there are technological wars. So the question I have is are there any efforts with this regard in India?
So who asked me to translate to him the question? So
Dr.
Marcelo is from WEG, which is a Brazilian manufacturer of basically a series of devices, including IoT and motors and so on. It's a huge economic group here in Brazil. And he's asking because we are now facing some geopolitical risks, how India, as a member of BRICS and other relevant groups, is addressing the matter of geopolitics and technological wars, and how we can better ensure tech transfer in such context where we have no longer a trust between countries because of wars and inequalities and economics in general.
Country always believe in international brotherhood, and always we believe the collaboration, co-creation, and BRICS is one of the agenda where India has been leveraging. And yes, there is a challenge, and challenge for a country in the geopolitical situation, but it will be a strategy how we can leverage together to mitigate the common challenge with the agenda, and that will certainly making the difference under the BRICS. And at this time, I may not say it will not be appropriate to say more into that part, but we are leveraging such kind of engagement and also institutional collaboration. Like we have a institutional collaboration at present with you all, and this will give a momentum how we can leverage institutionally, particularly leveraging each other's strength and also mitigating the common problem. And certainly we are looking forward such engagement, and we can discuss further. So I'm looking forward such engagement, and a write up how we can leverage such engagement bilaterally.
Program. So I heard that we have some questions on YouTube, but because of time constrictions, we'll send those questions to you by mail. And I'm very happy that we're able to meet again, even though virtually, not in person. Hopefully, in the future, we'll be able to join our community in person and share your expertise with us. So thank you very much and happy to see you again.
Plan your visit. Let's have an engagement, and let's make the difference in our innovation collaboration. And I'm grateful to you all, and Ricardo, Dr. Ricardo, and all. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Please share my email ID and my credential to all the distinguished participants, where we can discuss further to leverage our collaboration. God bless you.
Thank you. Obrigada a todos que estão aqui.
And we would like to welcome Professor André Saito, that is going to present creating value as practice community learnings from the experience of the Brazilian society in knowledge management. Okay, Professor is here with us online. He's a partner of Kia Consulting Company that specializes in knowledge management, innovation, and organizational learning. Was president of SBGC, the Brazilian Society of Knowledge Management, and vice academic coordinator of GVC, the Private Equity and Venture Capital Center of Faculdade Getúlio Vargas. He is a consultant, professor, and is a speaker for more than 20 years. Is a master in administration from FGV, and an electrical engineer with a degree from Unicamp. Okay. After the presentation, we're going to open for Q&As. And if you want to ask questions, if you want to anticipate yourself and ask questions via YouTube or here in person, please feel free. I'll give you the floor.
Hello, good morning. Thank you. I'd like to thank Ricardo, Carolina, thank you all for inviting me. It is a huge pleasure being here today and sharing a little more about the experience of SBGC and the creation and conduction of our communities of practice. For those who know me or don't know me, I work with knowledge management, innovation management, organizational learning. I was the president of SBGCs from 2015 to 2018. And I will talk a little bit about the experience of SBGC during this period and what we have learned in building, creating communities of practices, and the production of the models of experience and knowledge management. Let me just share my material here. Very good. Did I get to you? Do you have my presentation? Do you have my audio? Do you hear me? Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. So any problem, let me know. And please make notes on the questions and comments. Usually I ask people to interrupt my presentation. The remote presentation might be a little complicated for that, but you're still invited. If you want to ask questions during my presentation, please open up the mic and speak up, or we might leave some room at the end for our conversation and discuss the subject, okay? So there we go. SBGC is over 20 years old and created several communities of practice through this time. I am going to talk about the two communities of practice that are more active during this period when I was presiding as BGC. But before we talk about those communities of practice, I like to start by aligning the concept of community of practice. So what exactly is a community of practice, right? Before I say what a community of practice is, I think it's worth mentioning a little bit what is not a community of practice. There's still a lot of questions and confusion about it. So for instance, many companies, they implement teams and create groups on teams by registering people, and they call that a community of practice. It can be and it cannot be. It depends on what happens the most in those groups beyond the conversation. A community of practice usually gets together around a shared practice or an activity or a theme that people work with, which concentrates, focusing on the conversation. Another common misconception is about the attributions given to the community of practice. So companies create communities of practice and they order to those communities of practice the development of a project, the development of a solution, the development of a policy, and that may happen at a community of practice. Community of practices may deliver products, but the focus of a community of practice is on the collective learning and the development of people and the development of the practice per se, the theme where they are working on. It is less common when communities of practices are used as a decision place. Some companies use the community of practice as a space to define policies, to define guidelines and strategies. Once again, that may happen in a community of practice. However, that's not their main function. The community of practice overall plays a more dynamic, more flexible dynamic with more open participation. So it isn't a formal delegation of attributions to actually decide, define, and guide different technologies and developments and learning and etc. Another common misconception is on groups that set up a series of meetings and they call that a community. In order for us to call that a community, we have to have something else going on. When when a community or when a group actually turns into a community, we see the learning and evolution of knowledge, the evolution of the practice. The group learns together and develops, improves the practice. So when that is happening, that series of meetings actually represents the activities of the community of practice. So these are examples of what is not a community of practice. So what is a community of practice? This is the classic definition of community of practice. Wenger is one of the first researchers who identified and formally described the existence of communities of practice. And he mentions three key elements of a community of practice. The first one is dominion of the practice, meaning mastering that area of knowledge, the area of knowledge that brings people together. So where people work with and what do they do? So a community of practice in knowledge management. So professionals who work in knowledge management. Communities of practice of intellectual property, meanings managers. So specific functions, so in the organization. So what dominion brings those people together? Secondly, the community. So it's not only a group that you bring together for a conversation, but there's this whole regular contact and that exchange. People create relationships, they create familiarities on the activities they perform, their experience, their background. And then people, they feel that they belong to that group, that community. This sense of community is something that does come up when the community works. And the third thing is practice. What is this practice? It's not only about the shared activity, but the repertoire in this practice, the techniques that people use, the different approaches, the shared cases, the concepts, the models that the group develops, all that becomes a repertoire, a repository, a basis of knowledge that is shared by the community. So these are the important elements that we can observe in a community of practice. However, that's still a little bit abstract. To help out, we have here a checklist. And we need to evaluate, we have a community of practice or not. So we are looking for a common theme, a common challenge that is shared by the group. The people work with it in practice. So this is an element that differentiates the community of practice from a community of interest, a community of research. It's not only about discussing, but also to improve the way we do it, to improve the way we work. Regular meetings, the communities, they flower through interaction. So we need regular, frequent contact. We need knowledge to flow in these conversations and exchanges. People are exchanging experiences, they are exchanging cases, they are discussing problems and looking for solutions to those problems all together. So knowledge needs to flow through those exchanges. And this knowledge kind of takes body with time. We can observe the knowledge taking body. And with time, relationships get stronger, people get closer, they feel more comfortable to speak up, not only about things that are working, but also things that are not working, what hasn't worked, what went wrong, and that's where we actually learn. So if we have 3 or more items on the checklist, we start having a community of practice, okay? Well, still a little abstract, right? Actually, in a concrete way, what does a community of practice look like? How does a community of practice work? So I'll talk about the communities from SBGC, specifically 2 of them that have worked stronger during the period when I was there. The community of practice of maturity in knowledge management, the one mentioned by Ricardo at our opening remarks, was created back in 2013. A group of people and companies that work or have worked in knowledge management, they missed a common language. They missed a common map of the ground, the territory. So at the end of the day, what is knowledge management? How do we do knowledge management? Because each company does that in a different way. And we got together to exchange experiences and set up a model that can explain the programs on knowledge management. So each company presented their own program, and we were looking for whatever was in common, what works and what doesn't work. What are the elements that explain the way that good management programs work in those companies? And that's when we had the first version of the reference model for knowledge management at SBGC, which to this day is the foundation to the activities of our entity. In 2017, we felt like we needed to talk about knowledge in the public agencies, you know, so we have different challenges or specific issues and challenges. And a group of people who work in the public sector, they got together to talk about knowledge management at the public sphere. So this Casey Elliott from WINUP was one of the founders of the community of practice. She participated on the organization and structuring. She welcomed the group many times, hosting them. And we had a series of products that came up from those conversations. Here we have a little bit about the journey of those communities. The community of maturity in knowledge management was consolidated in that. They produced a first version. This reference model evolved through time. And in 2016 and 16 to 18, we were missing. I mean, the companies were, they needed to compare how they were with the market. Where am I doing better? Where am I doing worse? What needs to be improved? So we work on a model to assess our maturity. So what are the elements? What are the criteria? How do we assess if a company is mature or not? The community on the public sphere followed a similar pathway. We started by a round of benchmarking in different organizations by sharing the programs and practices. At about the same period, we focused on the assessment as well. Back in the day, ISO 3401 was published, which is a standard for knowledge management. And it was very interesting because we managed to compare this standard with the model of reference from SBGC, and we found a very strong correlation between the elements of SBGC as well as ISO 3401. And what are the elements that explain that? Here we have 2 examples. The communities of practice are very comprehensive. These are 2 examples, 2 possible ways to organize communities of practice, but the key elements are there. So what are those key elements? First of all, it's about intention and purpose. Why are we getting together? What for? What do we want to build? What do we want to make here? What do you want to talk about? So we're talking about knowledge management. Yes, we are, but we need to know in a concrete way how we manage knowledge. Is there anything in common amongst the different programs on knowledge management, considering the participants? And can we structure that at a common map. So that was the seed of the community in maturity of knowledge management. The goals, the two major goals. First of all, have a round of benchmarking. Let's invite companies to share the programs and see how each of them works. Secondly, let us produce a model that explains those programs, that helps not only the companies in the community, but also other companies who want to do knowledge management, and that this model works as the pathway for that. We have defined different topics. So we want to talk about strategy on knowledge management, and why and what do I do that for? The structure on knowledge management. Who does that? Where is the team hanging on to in the organizational structure? What is the size of it? What are the roles of the team in knowledge management? Processes, practices, techniques. What are the knowledge processes that are implemented, worked on, and developed? What are the practices and techniques in knowledge management that are used? What are the tools and technologies that are used? So we have defined the themes to guide and structure the discussion. Secondly, I need to pay attention to the dynamics of the conversation. How is the conversation happening? We follow an annual cycle, and Fernando Fukunaga was a key person in the foundation and maintenance of communities of practice as SBGC. He is the one who invited people and companies and kept the pace of the community of practice. To this day, the community of practice is still working as BGC, and he's got a key role there. And we have defined here monthly meetings of half a day in one of the participating companies. As simple as that. But it's important to have a frequency of meetings. Once a year, maybe it's not enough. Twice a year, once every quarter. That might be enough as long as there is some sort of interaction and activity with the different meetings. That is not only a meeting that happens every quarter. It's important to have this exchange and conversation and interaction. However, the structure helps to create pace. Programming. We have a definition. In March, we're going to have the meeting at this company. In April, it's going to be at the other company, like the subway. In May, it's going to be at Embraer. In June, it's going to be at Sebrae, and so on and so forth. So the whole programming provides us some planning and organization, helping people to get ready and organized for that. And also gives an idea of how the conversation is evolving. A script for the meeting. So we had a roadmap for the presentations. There was like a template to talk about the programs, and the dynamic was half the meeting to present the program, and the other half was to discuss this program, questions that they had, experiences, exchanging experiences. Well, in my company, this is how I do it. In my other company, I do it another way. Good practices, I use this tool and that technique.
Sometimes I have some difficulties to have a sponsorship in my companies, for example. So in the practical community and the public management, we did a benchmarking round. But in the second part, we did a collective consulting session. And then in the first half, people introduced their case, their program, their knowledge management, about knowledge management. And on the second half, they brought a challenge, a problem, an issue, and the group helped collectively the person that presented to work on that challenge and gave suggestions on how to solve that problem. the scripts can vary. So there are some meetings that we invite someone to present. Then, for example, there was an year, like on the third year of COP, we talked about the future of knowledge management. We invited people to talk about technology prospection, to understand how you prospect uh, 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 and how do you do prospective intelligence to discuss knowledge management. There are some meetings that are totally participative. So there was a year that we had a practical session of knowledge management. So they were sessions in smaller groups in which we shared practices and detailed those practices in smaller groups during the meetings. This script helped structuring the conversation and accelerate the exchange and learning. It's important to pay attention to the pace as well, because I said that we adopted an annual cycle. I like the idea of cycles. There are companies that have a continuous work, the community works on a continuous mode. But I like cycles, like, for example, the communities of SDC, they start the first meeting of the year with a question by asking, do we want to continue with the community or not? Do you want to continue meeting or not? If the answer is positive, then we discuss what we want to do this year. So what is the topic for this year? What are the objectives of this year? And the pace is also important. I like to talk about the dynamics. Just like in design thinking, I think it's important to keep a balance between convergence and divergence. So, because there are moments in which we explore and we open the question, and people bring questions, bring examples, bring solutions and tools, and we put them all at the table. And there are other moments in which we organize, structure, and produce something, and produce a model, produce a conclusion, produce a report, a presentation, an event. And this changing between convergency and divergency makes the conversation more tangible, so to say, for the community. The third point that I think it's important to highlight are the roles, because there are communities that have formal roles and communities in which these roles are more informal, but there is somebody developing that that role, like, for example, in this case here, for example, Fernando called people and became the host, and he started to talk about knowledge management. And he said, let's share what is working and what is not working, or let's talk about the challenges. And he helped organizing the activities, the monthly meetings of 30 minutes, where is going to be the next, when it's going to be the next, what's the program for the next 3 or 4 meetings. So he took this role. Other important roles are, like, for example, experts in certain subjects. They help determine concepts, define concepts, deepen the conversation, but mainly structuring the conversation, organizing the conversation, that convergence moment in which we need to have everything in order. These experts are the ones that help grouping the topics, organizing the ideas, explaining the discussion in a way it makes sense for everyone. And the facilitator is the one that helps people participating, interacting. Some people are more quiet, are quieter or are more shy, and sometimes it becomes chaotic. So the facilitator organizes the conversation, stimulates the exchange, stimulates the convergency, the structuring with facilitation techniques. So people with this competence do that. Once again, there is no need to have formal roles because you don't need to be formally in those roles, but it's important to have somebody playing these roles for the community to flow. And the level of participation varies a lot because every community has an active core of like 6 people that actively participate in the organization, in preparing invitations, in engaging people, in structuring ideas, producing summaries, structures, and so forth. And there are people that participate regularly, that is present in every meeting, that is always talking and bringing new challenges. And there are people that come once in a while, they show up and they disappear for a certain time. And this is normal. It's part of the business, and it's okay. So this is somehow what we see in a community, in a practice community in practice. So this is how the practical communities at SBGC worked. And the last point that I wanted to approach is how do we create value with this practical community, with practice community? Why people look for these communities and participate and continue with these communities? I would highlight 3 things that we see very frequently in the people that participate in communities. The first thing is to do networking, get in touch with other people, get in touch with other companies. And we observe that this brings people closer. People start calling to ask for help, and saying like, how did you solve this problem or that problem? What was the technology that you used? Or I need somebody with this or that profile. Does anybody know someone like this? So this facilitates a lot, the exchange, the search for help among the people and the participants. So people go there to learn and do networking and benchmarking, to learn how you do GC and knowledge management and who's doing knowledge management. And that gives them an idea of how to start or where to start. And of course, for legitimacy and reputation, several companies support the participation of people in the practice community. They like to welcome the practice community at home. They participate not only in the community, but in the additional SGBC events for the courses or whatever. And that ends up legitimating not only people that participate, but also for those that are leading the knowledge management program in the company. So the person can say in the company, for example, look, Embraer or Metro, Sebrae, they do knowledge management, and knowledge management there has, like, for example, 5, 10, or 15 members. So that gives legitimacy to knowledge management as well, and to the company in the market as well. So, and finally, 2 aspects that I believe that are key in the practice community are the social and the technical sides, because we need to pay attention to the relationships, to the environment that we are creating in that community. Are people talking more? Are people exchanging more? Are people talking outside the meetings as well? Do people talk to each other outside of the community that they participate in? So when you see a colleague from the community, for example, presenting in an event and they say, I participate in the practice community of the knowledge management of JCBC, and that adds value to the people, people feel valued because of that. So we also need to use the social side of the community. And the technical side is the production itself. The community is not only for people to talk. A conversation is important, of course, but it's important to produce assets, produce reports, produce ebooks, summaries, guides, and so forth. We have produced a lot of things in these communities, reference models, valuation models, practical guides of knowledge management, and many other things. So it's very important to have people producing registers, registering cases, presentations, organizing events, and ideally also structuring that in a everlasting way, because we created a reference model in knowledge management, and that makes it tangible for people to learn based on that, based on the practice community. So when we observe that, they are signs that the practice community is adding value to its participants. Well, with that, I'll wrap up. And if you have any questions or further comments, it's going to be a pleasure to keep talking to you for a little longer. André, we want to thank you very much for your generosity of being here online, sharing the experience of SGBC. And before we go on to Q&As, I would like to reinforce that all the lectures presented today were thought to explain to you what is a practice community, but also that based on these explanations, you can bring your expectations and questions that you have about how that would work, From André's presentation, to me is very clear, at least two things. One, the practice community is not here to be, so to say, an IP anonymous manager in which people go to group therapy and nothing tangible comes out of it, not a concrete asset. This is not a practice community. And it's also not a WhatsApp group in which people exchange information without reaping results from that or having something generated from that makes it more concrete. DJ in your next generation, Ricardo, because you're testing the mic. So thank you, André, for your presentation. My question has to do with engagement. I was able to participate a little in the organization of this event. But one thing I've noticed in talking to Ricardo was that there was a difficulty to engage companies. And this is something that we have in the university. So Daniela, I apologize, I did not introduce myself. I'm director of UNIT. And how do we engage the companies? Because among ourselves, we exchange experience, we engage very well, but we would like to understand what are the demands of the companies so that we could engage more with them. So how to do that? Well, from our experience, it was done like people to people. So that core group that I mentioned is very important. It's important to have a more cohesive and sound group. So we had Eduardo Carrara from Embraer, Fátima from Sebrae, Márcia from Sabesp, Fernando Fukunaga, and I from SBDC. And we felt this need, we exchanged beforehand, we exchanged ideas beforehand. So this group, this main group, is the seed for the community. It's important that we have this a group of minimum number of people. I would say that 3 is the minimum number of people. But if you have 3 people that interact, talk, and believe in that idea, I think that you can already start a practice community. So we had a first round. Fernando was very active at that moment. And we started simple, let's do a benchmarking round. Let's get to know the knowledge management programs of successful companies. And then we conducted a round with 3, 8, 10 companies, I guess. But inviting companies to present their practices of knowledge management is not something difficult. You're not inviting them for the community. You're inviting them for a series of meetings. So let's participate in a benchmarking round. We also asked the people from the group to invite 2 or 3 additional people, So if you know anybody that has a knowledge management program that would like to present it or to be here and attend the presentation of the companies that are sharing their knowledge management program. So different levels of engagement are also important. And there are companies that come only once and they present once and they don't show up again. There are companies that participate in the meeting that they make a presentation and come to other meetings to attend other presentations. So this is all part of the game. So with time, companies and people start to understand the value added by the exchange, And then sometimes they come and make a presentation, they attend other presentations, and they like the conversation, the discussion, and then they come on the next day. So engagement starts increasing with time. And we start strengthening that second group of regular participants, so to say. So we go from 8 to 10 people that show up in every meeting to 15, 20 people that show up in every meeting as well. So, and that starts growing. So we renew that in the next cycle because we bring people that participated as regular participants in the previous cycle, and they become part of that main group of the next cycle. So it's like we start engaging people by, and the production issue as well, which is making the conversation tangible, is also important. So to show that there are results that are reaped from the conversations. You have at least a summary of each conversation, and we wrap up every cycle with at least one a round of takeaways, and these takeaways are become something tangible that people can show in the companies by saying, like, look what we did this year, for example. So making these ideas tangible helps showing the value added by the meetings and the conversations.
So these are a few things, okay? So I'd like someone else in the audience to please ask your question, introduce yourself, and ask your question, please. Good morning, Andrea. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really excellent. My name is Araken Lima. I am from INPI. I was interested on the basic concept in the very beginning about Dominion. And I'd like you to hear a little more about that. How is that somehow outlined so that it isn't too comprehensive, too general? For example, the case you presented about knowledge management. Management is a world, it's very general, very generic. But then that other group in knowledge management in the public sector. So as intellectual property is also very wide. So what are the concerns of the group when we think of outlining that so that we do have a proposition at the end and we have an outreach to the clear goals and don't get lost in just going wild and getting nowhere? I'd like to understand a little more on how we can worry about setting the thresholds to the Dominion chosen as a theme for the community. Thank you so much. Excellent question, Araken. It's nice to see you again. I've known you from other activities. I have worked at the Center for Open Innovation a while ago. We worked with open innovation events, and you were a name that was always there. We heard a lot about you, so thank you so much for your question. This is a very important question and also very relevant, and we need to pay attention to it. It is very difficult to define the thresholds of this Dominion. We sort of have a ballpark idea. As in innovation, we have prototypes and we fine-tune them. By setting the thresholds to this Dominion, it's something that we do in a way to fine-tune our discussions. We start with the minimum limits, like knowledge management is a community of maturity in knowledge management. So it's not knowledge management in general, but a maturity in knowledge management. Other things or other signs of putting thresholds to the scope. We were interested in the practice of knowledge management. So it's not about research in knowledge management, but how the companies do knowledge management. So we were doing this benchmark on the different programs of knowledge management on as they actually happen in the companies that take part of the community. So those small decisions, they help setting up the scope, the intention, the goal. We want to build a model of maturity, a model of reference. This is like a map of this ground. The need came from the lack of clarity regarding the scope. So what is knowledge management? Let's define it. Let's define what that is. So this need has helped put limits to the scope. But when we think of about divergency and convergency, in the conversation, in our meetings, that kind of floats. There are moments when we open up the conversation and people do bring in a lot of things. And then we're talking about managed by competence. We're talking about corporate education. We're talking about management in intellectual property. And it fits everything in there, right? And then we start separating things up. So it's okay. There are times when we let it open. There are times when you have to start organizing. So let's organize it. Here's something we're going to talk now. Here's something we're going to talk later. And we're going to be limiting that, even because of time constraints, right? the cycle thing. We have 9 meetings a year. What can we talk about in 9 meetings? Well, we can talk about this and that and that. So here's where we're going to be. And then we sort of put those limits because of feasibility and the time availability and on our meetings, right? So we do that, having ballpark ideas about it. Thank you, Andrea. I believe Araken would like to add a comment, right? Yes, please. Well, thank you so much. That was a great answer. I'm really interested in this final part. So as this part of the cycle of meetings, so how does it end? Is there an ending to the community of practice? Once you reach the goal, you end that community and you leave a legacy and all the records to this legacy? Is that how it works? A community of practice, by definition, doesn't work for a defined time. A community of practice may remain for an unlimited period of time, but I like comparing the community with something organic and alive. So communities, they are born, they grow, they get mature, and they die, or they go asleep. That's a natural way of things. That's why I like working on cycles, because cycles bring predictability. However, they leave the door open for continuity. It's not something non-defined, like where is it going to go to? It's an annual cycle, or it's a 6-month cycle, or it's a cycle of 10 meetings. Let's hold 10 meetings. And we bring this cycle to a closure. What have we learned? What have we built? Ideally, we have defined an intention in the very beginning. We want to make a roadmap. We want to map the future of knowledge management. We want to have a repository of practices in knowledge management. We want to know the particularities on knowledge management in the public sector. So we do have intentions. We set up some goals that are not necessarily written in stone, and we're going to work with the project to deliver those goals, but they give us a north and also a destination, like a arrival place. But that's an important discussion. At the end, coming to the last meetings, the last 3 meetings, we start converging. Say, guys, hey, we have talked and we have talked, so what? What do we get out of it? What are our conclusions? And then we start making things more tangible on what has been generated and learned. And this closure brings that feeling of making things in a concrete way, like we have accomplished something, and that's positive for the engagement. However, this is a cycle. We can open up a new one. It can be bigger, smaller, and it can continue. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. I am going to ask a question that is directly connected to what Araken has just asked, and then I'll let you speak, Marcelo, because it really has to do with the convergency and divergency. Because on the chat, we had the question, if you, Andrea, if you would guide that convergency and divergency based on any sort of methodology, or if it was the feeling of the moment, if it was like instinct based. It's a mix of both. We do have the theoretical foundation for that. I'm a researcher. I have a PhD in knowledge management and a master's in organizational learning, but I am very much guided by the SESI model by Nonaka. I had my PhD in Japan. I'm widely influenced by this SESI cycle, tacit, explicit, and it isn't explicit there, but there is a convergency and divergency on that spiral of knowledge by Naraka, and also in the design thinking dynamic. So yes, it's something conscious. Divergency and convergency are conscious. However, it's something that we feel And I took the role many times, and we observe this dynamic. And there are times when we need to open up. Usually in the beginning, people are quiet and reticent. People are still feeling what's going to happen. So we need to provoke people. We need to stimulate sharing. What's like in your company? What's like in mine? Is there a similar problem? And then you stimulate, and people start talking. The problem is that things catch fire, and it's difficult to control. People start just talking too much. People go crazy and open up too much. Like Araken said, people start bringing in different topics, and that becomes like a huge mass. And you feel that things are sort of getting out of control. People are getting lost. And you can see that on people's faces. There's like a question mark face. Hi, things are confusing, so let's organize it. So it's a little bit about the tacit knowledge. So it's time to cross the dots and cross the T's and dot the I's. So we do that inside a sort of programming. We've made a cycle or four or five meetings of exchange, and now we need one or two meetings to organize the ideas, what we have in common with those cases, what works, what doesn't work, what I can work in my company or I cannot work in my company. So then we hold one or two meetings for convergency, for structuring things. And that's where the feeling comes from, because each group is a different group. Each group depends on the dynamic of the moment, the companies, the moment of the economy, and we need to be prepared to improvise. It's important to have a program. It's important to have the flexibility to settle this dynamic according to how people participate in that. Okay? Thank you, André. Marcelo, please. I'm Marcelo. I work at WAG. My question, well, I already participate of a community called Tech Brazil Advocates. And those communities, they need, like you said before, it's not a chat group. You need to have a platform. And my question is about saying that this platform, I believe, should be accessible and easy in many different ways of interaction, where the previews on the different agenda and what we're planning on can easily reach users. So my question now is, what is the experience you have had, and what can you tell us in that way? Excellent, Marcelo. It is important to use one or several tools. We have tried many things. We have used many tools. And I like reminding us all that the technology is a tool. It's not the end of the community. I have a platform. It doesn't mean, as I have a platform, it doesn't mean that the community is going to happen. This is something I like to highlight. The interaction dynamics and the products coming out of those interactions are more important than the tool. The tool makes the conversation easier, makes storing or the circulation of products, that's made easier by the tools. And what you said is really key. It has to be easy to use. Is the things that people use without friction, without any hurdles. For us, it is more difficult because each company this is an organizational community. Each company has their own platform, and it's sometimes difficult to have something that meets everybody's needs. But we kind of stick to the basics, like an email list, a WhatsApp group, and a repository that can store all the different presentations and products, and at some point organize a production, meaning a platform like Wix, where we can register the knowledge management practices. So we have templates, people edit those practices on knowledge management. We choose the platform according to how the technology evolves and how familiar people are with the technologies. But that's what people are using. It's That's what's easy to use and the basic functions. Think of interaction, conversation, especially asynchronous interaction and conversation. Back in the pandemic, we could interact by Zoom, right? But exchanging emails, WhatsApp, and some sort of storage of the material, like creating a repository of material and products and so on and so forth. Thank you, Andrea. We have one more question. And after that, after the next question, we are gonna wrap it up so that we don't get too late on our schedule. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Zailev. I am the founder and CEO for Israel Engineering. And my question to Andrea is the following. Thinking about making tangible what you intend with the practice, what would be the mechanism to engage in the knowledge management from private initiative for emerging companies that have high impact technology? Okay, how to engage emerging companies working with high impact technology. Thank you for the question. Carlos, right? If I got your name right. Engagement in knowledge management is a non-problem. It's a difficult problem because people do not see knowledge. They see the product, the delivery, the results, or the activity that leads to the delivery. But knowledge that supports the activity is more difficult to be seen. So it is more difficult to engage. But emerging companies that work with technology overall, that knowledge is an active asset. You know, companies with technological foundation, they treat that as a key asset. So I dare say that knowledge management happens naturally, even if it's not called in or called knowledge management. So practices of sharing, recording, capturing knowledge, and acquisition of knowledge, like benchmarking, transferring technology, doing repositories, and have some structure to the technology, build models and guides and annual reports, processes, procedures. That happens naturally in the company evolution, especially the company that is starting, you know. They are translating a technology to an application, you know, they are bringing in technology to the market. So they need to adapt the technology. They need to learn about the market. They need to learn about the client. They need to learn about the needs of the client. They need to prototype and iterate. They need to adapt, fine tune, and create new knowledge. So I did that a few times. And comparing knowledge management and innovation management, comparing knowledge management with agile development and design thinking. And there are many things that are correspondent to the SASE model in knowledge management and design thinking, or customer development, or entrepreneurship. The dynamics are the same. The names are different though, and the dynamics are the same. So I dare saying that the processes of moving knowledge, they are happening. And it's only about the name. It's about how we name things. I would say that to maybe not leave you hanging here, we can do that intentionally. We can do that in a more structured way. And then it's about, first of all, seeing it, like what we're doing. We're talking to the client, we're talking to the market, talking to the university. Those are processes of acquiring knowledge and internalizing the knowledge. You were part of an event, you visited several universities, you learned new things, and you get home and you share that and you structure what you've learned. You produce a document, you summarize your insights, and you talk about the way we can apply that in our reality. And we formalize that, we bring structure to it, just name it, give it a name, whatever that is. This is benchmarking, this is internalization, this is whatever it is, knowledge acquisition, technology transfer. If you formalize it, it gets easier to do it in a more systematic and consistent way. And of course, deliver value. Don't do it for nothing, but do it because that is going to help speed up the process. It's going to help me speed up technology transfer. It's going to help me learn faster about the client needs. It's going to help me develop the product faster because I can prototype, iterate, and evolve and adapt on the product easier. So generating value is important. Otherwise, people just leave it.
Thank you, André. Thank you, André. We're a little behind in time, so I'm going to give the floor to Ricardo to give his final considerations. Thank you very much, André. It was great to hear what you had to say. But I wanted to make some final considerations here because this event is full of meaning. Each part of the community of practice has a meaning. And with the guests, with the companies that are here, with the government entities that are here. So everything has a meaning. So I think that the presentation of Dr. André has several elements that reveal the essence of the event. The first presentation of Sahu, he brings the essence of the area of intellectual property. And I talked a little bit about the history. It's because when we talk about the API management, it's a transversion and long area. When it goes from the handler of a coffee to a rocket. So when we talk about intellectual property management, we have two big areas, management and intellectual property. And sometimes we get confused with administrative processes of filing a patent, following the processes. And this is exactly the spirit that we do not want in this community. We want to understand the knowledge management in companies and in public entities, in research institutes and all that. And when we talk about IP management and these elements that brought are fundamental, we want to discuss when he brings the elements of the knowledge management. We want to make the same thing, want to do the same thing with the intellectual property management. How do we create that culture? How do we establish the culture of IP in the companies? So there are several elements like this that we bring to the practical community. So Marcelo brought several things when we think about devices and tools. We are in the digital world, so we want to digitalize everything. And our intention as a group is just the opposite. We want to keep everything very simple. Simple, human, and useful, with deliverables. Today we are, one of the deliverables is the ebook that Dr. André brought to us. So he talked about deliverables. So the first deliverables were the reports of the students of the course of IP management. And the next deliverable that's going to be in the afternoon, which is the beginning of our community of the collective construction of the IPs that we're going to have in the companies that we're going to establish together. One thing that Dr. André brought as well was the issue of selection from going to the ample to the specific. I think that this element is also in the programming. When we brought Dr. Tahu, he talked about a more extensive part, a governmental part. What are the elements of the ecosystem so that the IP management is strengthened in the companies? So Dr. André brought the management of the dimension of the management in the companies. And what is our objective here today? What is the objective of CoPPICom? What is the focus of CoPPICom? Its focus is in the companies, in the organizations. So we're not going to worry about, or we do not intend to worry about, and the group is going to decide that, to focus on the macro environment. Our focus are the organizations, the structuring of IP management in the companies. So André, I want to thank you a bunch really for your presence, for your kindness to share so much knowledge. And we hope we can count on you in the next meetings with you sharing such a huge knowledge with us. Yes. Yeah, I'm here, rooting for you. I hope the community flourishes and produces great fruits. Thank you very much. Thank you, André. So let's continuing our event. This is a good part. We're going to practice. We're going to start the practices of our community. And nothing better to start that than start interacting, start getting to know each other, to learn about each other does in the organization. And for that, I invite the psychology Paula Vidal that specializes in resource management and therapy and cognitive and behavioral therapy. She is a professor of UFRJ, and she has acted in areas as human resources and the preparation of professionals for international missions, in addition to developing practices in clinical context. And his trajectory is marked by the context in of learning in groups, corporate context, and the dynamics of human interactions, which is what we expect. So Paula, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Paula. I'm a psychologist. It's a great pleasure to be here in this unique and selective event. I'm very happy to have accepted this invitation from my great friend Caroline, that is one of the organizers and is with us online. I believe that everybody here has already had some experience with psychology in a company, and people say, "Oh, psychology, what are they going to do? They're going to tell us to throw the ball up." So I have an activity that is very interesting that I'm going to start with a little creating some discomfort, because I see that people are all spread. There are many people back there. And for this activity, I would like to let everybody know that everybody's going to participate. So, I want everybody to participate. So I'm going to begin telling people that are in the back there to come to the tables that are closer to the front, please. And we're going to put a table up front here. So everybody's already talking and so translation is going to be back at 2 p.m. and you're going to the in-person activity now, okay? For the online listeners, the translation is going to be back at 2 p.m. So there are people that need to fly, so let's go back, okay? Let's take our seats back. And to start our afternoon program. So we already have our speaker here. She has already logged in. And we talked a lot during lunch. We had almost a collective therapy session, with the anonymous IP managers. And we discussed about our experiences. This is the purpose that why we're here as well. So just to remind you that our master of ceremony, our MC, is going to introduce Juliana, but in the afternoon, we only have one presentation. That is this one Juliana is going to present. After that, we're going to go to another hands-on practice. There is no folding material. So, and without further ado, we're going to start back. We're late in 8 minutes, but we're going to let's restart our afternoon with Dr. Juliana Viana about intellectual property. She's an innovation leader with more than 20 years of experience in paper and cellulose, and she specializes in managing corporate critical management processes with regulatory issues, technological intelligence, and intellectual property. She leads CMPC in the area of innovation, where she contributes to achieve the 2030 strategy successfully. Also in the same dynamics, after her presentation, we're going to have 20 minutes for Q&As. So, Doctor, the floor is yours. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me fine? So I will take it as a yes, okay? So before anything, I want to apologize for not being there in person. But unfortunately, due to the dislocation, I was not able to be present. But I hope this virtual meeting does not get in the way of the exchange that I want to have with you. This is going to be a conversation about the experience that I've had in intellectual property. First of all, I would like to thank Aline very much for this invitation, for this opportunity, and Ricardo as well for allowing me to participate in this moment here with you. And also to thank the organizing committee, because I believe that this practice community is very relevant for the area here in Brazil. And now this is going to be somehow the continuation of a therapy session that you've started over lunch. And I'm going to share with you the experience that I've had over the past 10 years leading the intellectual property area. And in this experience, I've had the opportunity twice to build the IP area in two companies and the cellulose and paper industry. And I'm going to share my screen now with and start presenting. So, and please let me know if you can all see my presentation in the presentation mode. Can somebody confirm if you can see my presentation? It's not in the presentation mode. It's not in the presentation mode. No, yeah, it's not a. Okay, just hold on a second, Juliana. I believe it's a problem with the video. What about now? Is it the presentation mode? No, we still see the slides on the left-hand side. Yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to take it off and share it again, and I'm going to share the whole screen, and maybe it's going to be easier. So, full screen now. Okay, perfect. So let's start. Okay, thank you. Well, the idea is, like I've said, is to bring the practices of a model that has worked for the companies I worked with and that are part of my experience. But that does not mean it's a cake recipe, because each business has its way to make it work. So I would like to go with you through 4 questions that, when I organized the material, I conduct the IP management in this company, and this is my focus because this is where I have experience. How do I dimension a team, and what skills an IP professional needs, and some IP cases in practice. So now going to the IP management. So why do we need to do this IP management? Some companies, and most of them, they have the objective of protecting the investment in innovation, and many of them reward for the use of this intellectual property by third parties. And the case of these companies that use this, having some financial return for this intellectual property, is very common in the market. But there are companies like, for example, the cellulose and paper companies, in which the objective is a little different. Because they want to defend the competitiveness so that they can be distinguished in the market, and they can protect the technology in that market. And there are other companies as well, like, for example, in the case of startups, that protect and manage the IP to have a protection, because when they negotiate, this is also valuable. And why is this important? Why, before talking about anything regarding intellectual property, we need to understand the organization, because that brings clarity to understand what you need to do in order to add value to the company with IP. And how do we do that in the companies? Well, people from outside the IP areas, that this is not your case, but I brought a counterpoint here, like a different scenario, just to show how much it goes beyond, what we do goes beyond. Because people from IPs may think, oh, I need to create a form and to notify the invention, then I need to map to identify the opportunities of protection. There are some people that are there that invented something, so I'm going to protect it with a patent. I'm going to try to identify an office that can support me if I don't have people that are experienced in that. Then I monitor this process within the but the organs in charge, the body's in charge, and that's it. And then I create a dashboard because I need to have KPIs. So some people just summarize and reduce IP management to these points, and we get desperate when they simplify our work, to those kind of small things. I'm not saying that these things are not important, but IP management is not only about that. It's much more than that. And I try to organize in a logical way how this IP management would be starting from scratch. So there are some things that are traditional in IP management. So imagine that if you are there, okay, and you're starting to do it and starting to bring the area into your organization. So I'm sharing here an experience that I've had twice already in two different organizations that I had the opportunity to create this area, like I've mentioned. And the first thing that is extremely important is having a sponsor that is someone relevant. In the two cases that I've experienced, in the first one, and it's good that in the first case, this sponsor was someone strong because I was starting in the area, transitioning from researcher to IP manager. The sponsor of the first time that I structured the area was our CEO. And that helped a lot because the CEO is going to put everybody in the route to make it happen. So the second time that I had this opportunity, I was a little more experienced, and that time it was our CTO that was the responsible for the technology and innovation area in the company. So, and he also supported me in the need and the relevance of intellectual property. And that helps a lot because if you work in the corporate market, you know that sponsors, they sort of open the way, especially because an IP area in the company is not only an area that established KPI processes and things like that, but it's an area that has to do with relationships. And relationships are what make a difference for a transversal area to become sound and consolidate in a company. So this helps a lot opening doors. In addition, before putting your hands on, it's important to learn how this business deal with the innovation that has been generated. And with that, you identify where the IP is going to add value.
One example in pulp and paper is one that has a lot of relevant technology patents, but the apple of their eyes, their main asset in pulp and paper is not for the industry, but for the field. It's focused on the forest, which is the foundation for the whole industry. So the most important asset in this industry, more than patents, is the farms. And if people don't understand the business, they don't value what's important for the company. And the first layer where you connect intellectual property to the interests of the business. And the second part that connects intellectual property to bring more relevance is on the innovation strategy. I'm saying that because differently from many colleagues with whom I've been talking, intellectual property I'm sorry, you froze for a bit. Do you hear us? So in the paper and pulp, do you hear me? We lost you for a bit. You froze for a bit. If you could please get back. I might turn my camera off. That could help. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, just to make sure. Let me see where I can do that. Let me. I guess it's gonna work better like this. Let me share again. Please let me know if you can see the screen. We do see your screen, but not a full screen mode. Now it is. Now we are in full screen mode. Awesome. So where should I get back to? To the very beginning? No. You're talking about the innovation strategy. Okay, perfect. Back to it. So another thing that adds value to the IP professional to understand is the innovation strategy, because differently from many colleagues I've been talking to, the companies I worked for, intellectual property is usually under the technology and innovation department. That has a good side to it and other challenges to be faced. The good thing about it is that to understand this strategy and to add value in this business that is aimed at being the object of our work, which is the innovation that I'm going to protect, it's important for us to know what's relevant for the strategy in order to have a strong protection, and what we can do when we negotiate a certain partnership, what we can make it more flexible in terms of the ownership of that innovation and some rules of exploring, because that's going to make a difference up front. You cannot just hit them hard and fight for a partnership in all innovations. We need to know which ones are really key. We need to really develop that somewhere else, and we don't have to do it 100% in-house, so that we can have a different strategy. From all those inputs, we start looking at IP and actually bring it into a certain structure. That's when you start thinking about governance and politics and the policies and making the policy, okay? Which is another important point in order to bring clarity to the organization on how IP is being managed. A lot of people who are starting in IP, they start here in the making of the policies. Those who work for companies, you all know that you cannot go through those steps back to back, one at a time. They all happen simultaneously. So here in the policy part, one of the things that I did, and I really enjoyed the result, was work on a draft for the policy. You do something in IP, you see how the organization works and reacts to the processes of intellectual property, and then you publish the policy with the adjustments, because you bring in the reality is how to work in the company environment into the policy, sorry. Because I don't know if you had that chance, but there are policies and you look at it, you say, hey, that is so far from reality, from what happens. And this is a way to make the policy well guided to what you actually do. And from there, you go on into the action plan. Within IP, and I know that many of the things that I'm bringing here are obvious and basic for people who do IP management, but the goal for us today is to actually foster such exchange, and within each point of the processes, we will allow that common demands are found, the difficulties and problems are found in different organizations. And the processes I would list here as critical ones for those who are managing IP is protecting the IP. In fact, the making of the operation report, as well as culture. So these are the three most demanding pillars for an IP professional. a little bit about each of them. I am not going to give you a class. I'm not going to teach anyone because many of you probably know more than I do. I would like to look at each of these processes and bring you some tips, some points of attention, or even details that were important to me within each of the processes. As for the IP protection, as I mentioned in Pulp and Paper, the protecting the farms is the most important thing because that goes away from all the others, because I don't really have to think what's gonna be, because considering the legislation, the IP protection follows its unique way. Here, I would highlight that this is an advancement that we brought to the industry. I don't know if you know, which is a breeding program for eucalyptus. It's a very long one. Like if I were to guess, I haven't talked to them for a while. So from selecting the seed to breeding the clones until you start your operations, the eucalyptus cycles last 7 years. So in order to protect one tree, you need to collect descriptors in different ages that go from 6 months to 3 to 5 years, up to 5 years, actually. And if you keep a strategy to connect the farm protection with the breeding program, you are going to have that farm and you're going to protect that in 5 years. And the same happens with a patent, a design, a secret. If you don't work together with the department that is generating the innovation, you are going to have the project over and the IP team will get in. And that's exactly what we do or what we don't do in the different companies that I had the opportunity to work with. For all the IP rights, we have made an integration of the process of development with the products of intellectual property. So for all of them, and I go all the way over here, I'm sorry, Juliana, we missed you, we lost you again. Do you hear us? Hello, Juliana, we lost you. So we have built a, Juliana, I'm sorry. We lost you for a bit. You're talking about the integration process. You said they would stop here and then your voice was over. If you could please get back. Oh, sure. Of course I can. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry about my connection, but I'll get back to it. Let me share again. So we are part of the IP protection as part of the innovation process, so that, especially thinking about information confidentiality, we make sure we have it all assured when we protect the IP. In order to work with those rights, we have built a matrix that guides us to know what kind of protection is the most suitable, because we don't run patents on everything. Not everything becomes a secret. Not everything is published. We observe the longevity of the technology, the number of people who have access to technology or will need to have access in order to work, the company maturity to keep confidentiality. That's also very important to keep the secret, because we have to have maturity to have the necessary assurances. We need to know if it's possible to discover about this product through reverse engineering. And it's got to be something for, especially for patent, something that we can monitor, because it makes no sense to protect without the monitoring if there is some sort of breaking the rules about this technology. So beyond the legal criteria, if it meets the criteria for holding a patent, for instance, we also evaluate to indicate the kind of protection, because the cost, we have to manage the cost of this portfolio as well. And I know that people do not have endless budget for that. And to wrap up on this point, I set the contract as a way of protection, because mostly on the innovation that is generated with partnerships, the protection of this IP starts with the contract. So in the contract, we have beyond who's going to be with what and how much, how it's going to be explored, who's going to explore, and all the rules are really set up. Even though there's nothing incipient to it, we do think about it in order to make it easier to use this technology upfront. FTO, that's another very critical process, and I really like the post by Edilise Bossare, who she recently posted that on LinkedIn, if I'm not mistaken, because this is the time, and here is my interpretation of her post. This is the time when we discover many IP experts, because when you run an analysis on infraction of a technology, a lot of people say, yeah, but the probability for that to happen is quite low, and they start reducing the whole work and the science that is applied by intellectual property. So it is a case-by-case analysis that we are going to evaluate if the technology, the product, or the process are really breaking any rights for third parties. And obviously, it's kind of obvious to say here to you that every time there's a change in the specifications of the technology, or we include that in the country of interest, we should warn FTO. But this is the sentence that you're going to say the most inside your organization, because every time we deliver an FTO, this is a concern, especially for some areas where you have a very fast dynamic, especially marketing, where countries go in and out of the scope of interest to trade the technology. This is something that happens like real quick. And many times we do this tiny ants work by always revisiting people, talking to them, asking for changes. And as we have people who are more versed on the subject of intellectual property, they come to us, but it's always an ongoing process because quite easily people use a statement that was made under the scope of one technology or one specific country or some countries, and they say, hey, it's clear we can trade it, as if it was like an open door to this technology, and things are not really like that, and we know it so well. That is why I reinforce here, because communication needs to be very clear. No patent lingo, no technical lingo being used. We, of course, can use all the jargons in intellectual property, but it's important that the people who are managing it, knowing if it's going to get into a new country or not, because many times the IP department is not involved in the decision. It's a market or business decision, but you have to know how to go back to the IP department. That's what's important thing. They need to know what the risks are, if there is any. So this communication, and we almost have to change to that persona, to that person in the area, and speak under the same term. So that's quite an important adaptability that we have to have. And also set up a system for risk management with monitoring and follow-up of the cases. Because think of a company that has 4 or 5 different businesses that operate in different countries. The IP department needs to have an intelligence system to work with it. One that you define the scope of the business and you did the active monitoring through artificial intelligence and machine learning that brought in the cases that, based on relevance, we should follow. And it's very nice to use that kind of technology to help multiply the strength of the intellectual property department, and also do the follow-up, because it's about dedicating the team and the manpower, which is something that only human beings can do, which is the critical analysis of an ongoing case or a request for patent that is ongoing, if somehow that is or not, if the development is breaking the request for patent that is being discussed here. Culture. Well, I could spend a lot of time talking about culture with you, a real long time, because to me, this is one of the most important topics. And from day 1 to day X, you are going to keep working on it, and it's never going to be enough. even if a key audience evolves, there's always more people coming in and out, and those people who are coming out, there is a concern, especially people who left and they have the knowledge about some industrial secrets. That's also a relevant thing as a part of this big puzzle. But a little bit of culture. Well, what have we done in terms of good practices or bad practices? For example, the e-learning. E-learning for the entire organization, really everyone, where people need to take a test to pass. And this e-learning is mandatory for new hirings from X years. People have to do this e-learning. So it's nice that you update the e-learning as well. We're going to be talking about the same thing, but we can talk about it in different ways. So that's a good practice. Periodically run campaigns on culture for IP with interactive videos, fast contents, focus on everyday problems. I recently ran a campaign, and the good thing about IP is that you're always learning. And I had the opportunity to run this campaign with a communication intern, and it was the best IP campaign I ran in the last 10 years. Why is that? Because we did quick, short videos with our own people in the team, bringing in IP content to a product that everybody knows in the organization, and talking about the different tips and points of attention that people have to have in order to know that this is not far from their daily life. The IP is part of their daily lives, and you need to worry about that as well. So it was quite fun to run this campaign, and I was writing the copy to the campaign, and when I read the script, I was like, oh my God, it is completely different. The language that they brought in for review was completely different, and it brought it much closer to IP. Plus, we have to define our target audience, because there's an audience that you have to breathe down their neck. You cannot leave them behind. You have to keep planting the seed, talking closely to them, which is the people from R&D, some people from the business unit, market, and new businesses, because those are the people that we used to work with then, and let's talk about your case all the time. And also set up alliances with sponsors in critical areas, especially people in legal. That wasn't inside legal. Legal was a partner department to everything we do. And also supplies. There was a pretty nice case. Once this guy in supplies, he came to me and said, hey, I'm here buying this piece of equipment, and supplier X told me that I cannot buy this from supplier Y because I have a patent. Went there and we studied to know if we could or we could not buy to each one of them, if it was really a right they had. That's why it's important that even supply understands intellectual property.
And now going to the end, how to integrate intellectual property and how to integrate that. This is an innovation funnel in a very basic way. And here I bring another element that's very important that I try to lead in the knowledge management, is to use the base of patents and the scientific papers that we search, and use that to prepare reports of technological intelligence. So this is a very good way to take care of IP, and we started that with a few researchers demanding that, and after 2.5 years, everybody was basing their research on these reports, on these papers. So the advantage is that you eliminate the noise, and you know what is the focus of the research. And then you add a lot in the knowledge of the researcher, and it also helps in the FTO so that you don't have a copy of something that exists. And then in addition, in a proof of concept, you can also have the IP protection, and you can generate the FTOs and the scale, and then you can include the other countries that are going to conduct the FTO. And end of the funnel, you have the licensing and monitoring of the technology. And here, just to conclude, we talked about the structure, but we need to talk about people, about the IP team, because many times people are concerned about how are they going to establish an IP team. So for many years, I've been my own team, so I manage everything via the office and did the interface through the company. And with time, when complexity increased, there was an intern and then more teams. And then recently we had an organic growth of the team because mainly the area was consolidated in a transversal way. And we needed to see what services we could map and look at that structurally. So we need to ensure that when the demand arrives, it is, I believe that her voice is gone. She froze. Yeah. So we solve the problem and then you leave. Can you hear me fine now? Okay. Okay, good. So just recapping, the IP team needs to be dimensioned according to the services that IP area provides. So it goes through the area and that is more active, and you need to do a complete area way, and the IP team grows in an organic way. And it's also good to have the way that you add value in which the IP was not involved are the cases that are good for the IP area. So the lack of success of the way that people follow without bringing this and without connecting to the IP area also justifies why the IP area should be involved. And we that work, we know about several success cases. Okay. And to close this team part, these are the skills that I see that I believe that it's important to reflect on, because so that we can see how many skills we have to do that. It needs to be something that likes to study, that needs to be something adaptive, versatile. You need to have charisma, to manage people. You need to have a good way to bring the message, so. And now her voice is gone again. Yeah, we need to have a very good communication, restoration. It needs to be someone that needs to be very patient, have a lot of responsibility, and be a lot in passionate. So your voice disappeared in the charisma. I don't want to mean that your charisma is gone, but but now you can hear me. So I'm going back to the charisma because it's important. So for us, it is a difficult job to do. What is important to be done for the company needs charisma to do that, So assertive communication, because it's important to know who's the audience, how do you communicate, You need to have critical analysis. You need to be focused. To have restoration. What do I mean by restoration? It's somebody that is good to diagnose a problem, and with focus you can solve. You need to be patient and responsible because the management that we do is something serious, and you need to be very passionate about the area. Otherwise, there's no way. And to close, IP in practice is everything that I said. So looking at the organization here, I can say this is a company, but it's not only within this ecosystem that the IP looks at. The IP area looks at all the connections of this company with startups, with the people that surround the company. And these connections are very rich, and very important for the advancement of the innovation in the company. I've seen a person. I attended the presentations that were made previously, and somebody asked about how to engage the company, and the company needs to be engaged very much with the innovation area. And many times we don't have a very good connection channel to foster this connections. And in this, one thing I wanted to highlight is that the company makes connections with the other companies, so the company needs to be active with a basis in its problem, or it can be a professor that knows that industry, that knows about the project. But also what is challenging in this whole ecosystem for an IP professional is to manage the information. If it's already challenging to manage the information and keep its confidentiality, to manage them further ahead, within the company, it's even more difficult. So this is another challenge that I would like to share with you so that we can discuss, okay? And I apologize for my connection problems, okay, when my voice went on and off. Thank you very much. So thank you, Juliana. So you continued with us here. If those that continued with us here until the end, even with the technical questions. So now we're going to open for Q&As, okay? If you want to remove your presentation, we're going to ask questions, both for those that are here in person and those that are watching us on YouTube. But before we do that, if I can summarize your presentation, and I apologize for using such a flexible topic, but to build an IP area that has an effective management of IP is not to just cook like a quick spaghetti, like do something that you do in 3 minutes, like and it involves to you pivot a lot because you start with a plan, and then reality shows you something totally different and you have to change it. And it involves those that are the main 3 pillars of administrations: people, processes, and technology. And depending on the organization, each item of these 3 has a different a weight for the strategy to be successful. Exactly, yes. So having said that, I would like to ask if anybody in the audience has any questions for Juliana. I'm going to ask you to give him the mic. Hello, Juliana. Good afternoon. I'm Malus. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. And congratulations on your presentation. I learned a lot with you. And my question consists of 3 sub-questions, so to say. So, as you have well explained, the management of IP is multidisciplinary, right? It goes through legal, innovation, development, and several areas. And considering the organizational chart of your company, of CNTC, where is the IP area located? I don't know if you've mentioned that because I had to get a phone call, so I left for a while, but where is it located in your company? The second is, where is the gravity center of the IP area? Who has the strongest pillar? Is it development, supply, legal? And finally, what is your biggest challenge as an IP manager at CNTC? Thank you. Thank you for your questions, Marlos. It's very good to meet you again. It's been a long time, so The IP area is located in the directory of directory of technology and innovation. And I think this is a good thing because you are close to researchers, but you also have the challenge that you need to create a relationship with other important areas like legal, especially, and other areas that also use IP. The gravity center is, if I understood your question, and you can reply if you need to, but it's more closer to research and development. It has some things regarding innovation, but mainly in research and development. And in a second moment, within the development area, we have a lot of things. People are very creative. And finally, there is the research and development area that develops technology. And there is a development area that plays a role in, like, for example, in the forest area, in development of implement supplements. And so these people are very creative to bring competitiveness in their segment. And the biggest challenge is, I believe it still is, to have less processes and more culture, because we need to connect with each other, connect to people, and it's impossible the IP area to be isolated. It needs to have a great relationship with all the organization, especially with the areas that generate technology, which is the focus of our action. And connecting with them is the main thing. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. You understood my questions. So CG is in the area that develops IP, right? Yeah, it is like that in our organization as well. Thank you very much for your answers. Okay, anybody else in the audience has any further questions for her? Well, Kelly has a question. I think she needs a mic. Just a sec. Hello, Juliana. Good afternoon. Well, I make Mario's words my words. And I think that it was good to connect several points of our daily basis. And my question is pretty much related to culture, because I believe that culture is a point that needs to be discussed always. But it's, how do I overcome the barrier of getting to the edge, to the team that is developing, and make them sensitive to take into consideration intellectual property, take into consideration having registers, because sometimes in the end, things happen very quickly and dynamically. And then some people ask you, why didn't you advance with this project? And sometimes it's in the mind of people. So how to engage this team to work together with the IP team, with the innovation management team or knowledge management team? Marvelous question, Kelly. Thank you very much. Well, let's answer the first. How to overcome the barrier and make people sensitive. I think that the advantage of the IP area being in the directory of research and development is because you're going to be there sharing the results. You have no longer that barrier that from being from an outside area. What do I generally do? There always is in the pulp and paper industry. We manage the research from the forest area, industrial area, and products. So they are totally different projects. And there's always a group that is more favorable to IP because they have already learned about it. And it's usually the industrial area. And I make them envious, in a good way, because I start to address and serve their needs and foster the results, and then the other person gets happy and the other one sees that and they want to do it as well. So we try to use the best tools that are available, And if the IP area is available, people are going to use it. But there will always be those that are not going to use it. And the more you try, um, they just don't use it. And what's good about it is that this is a minority. It's like around 2% of people that won't be willing to connect to IP. And how to engage the team. An important point is communication and understanding the pain, because if you see the pain of the project of that researcher and you bring a solution to that pain, he's going to look at you in a different way. He's going to see that you solve his problem, and he's going to consider that it's important to have IP. Some people already come like that, and some people you need to build that. And the other point of communication is to talk in the researcher's language. When I did that, when I did the transition, I thought I was going to lose all my researcher knowledge. But instead, I used that to communicate with researchers when I wanted to connect the IP processes in a routine process, because it cannot be something additional. It needs to be something organic. It needs to be embedded in that, included in that. You need to fit the IP services in the demands of this researcher. Thank you very much. We have one more question. Okay, hello, Juliana Araquém Lima. So it was an excellent presentation, excellent experience. I was curious about one thing, an aspect that you mentioned. You changed the protection aspect of the use of intellectual property in the company. But about the commercialization aspect, what could you tell us in this portfolio that you have already helped creating in the companies that you work, and in the company that you work, you had the experience of licensing to other companies, and what are the difficulties you found? And do you believe that this is part of the mindset of entrepreneurs, that it's not only to incorporate the development into a project, but make this development a source of revenue? So based on the technology that was developed, and in addition to licensing, I would like to learn if you have the experience of licensing not only outside but inside as well, for other companies to embed the processes and innovations that you have already developed. Thank you very much for your question, Araquém. So licensing, first of all. This topic within the pulp and paper sector is not very strong, because in this sector, especially, it's a sector that tries to protect itself and keep its competitive advantage. So, in this case, they all have a center of technology development and of the technologies that we use, but they invest and they protect so that the competitor does not have that competitive advantage. So it's more like a defense, more to defend themselves than to have revenues. I'm going to give you an example of a truck that increased the transportation of lumber, of wood, and by reducing the weight of the truck, and they could transport more wood. And this was a kind of project that we said, let's license, let's make money out of it. And the director said, no, I want to keep the advantage that my cost of wood is smaller because I have this technology. So this is the rationale. So we have fewer cases, and I have never participated in any cases that we made money based on a technology. But yes, we have licensed third-party technologies. When we see it's a technology that is going to take too long to be developed, we license that knowledge. And I participated in one case specifically, which was a pilot plant where we licensed all the technology and rewarded the owner of the technology.
I'm trying to remember what the university was. I think it was from the United States or Canada, but this university was rewarded for the technology that we licensed. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Well, guys, we are pretty much on time, and I'll ask one last question if nobody else in the audience here has any other question. I am curious, as I heard all the answers and everything, a lot of people asked about culture and engagement, but one thing that is also a drama is the structure. When I talk about that, when I talk about the organizational structure, it's not only where people are in the flow chart, in the organizational chart, but that has an impact on how relevant a certain department is. If you are in a department where you don't have the same power as another one, or one department that doesn't understand what you do, it makes no sense because you're going to be talking to the walls. And also in regards of providing the training to those professionals. And why am I asking that? Because I am a lawyer, and over here in this room, most of us are people who are in biologics or sciences, and I'm a lawyer. And unfortunately, it's very common to see in the legal departments, even those who have the responsibility to take care of IP, they are absolutely not interested to understand the core business. And suppose that I am at a cosmetics company, what way does that product go up until you get the hands of a consumer? Give you an example of a kind of company that is not here right now. So as somebody who already built into different areas, how do you think about building this area? Because you talked about the sponsor. Sometimes the company wants to have an IP department just because they have it. It doesn't mean that is a practical thing, right? They're just there to, check the boxes and tell the market that they do have it. Doesn't mean that there is really one. We have greenwashing. This is IP washing, because innovation is just the fad. So this is what makes me uneasy right now, and I'd like to hear your opinion on that, because we do debate a lot about adopting the ISO or not, adopting XYZ model, but many times in the practical life of Brazilian organizations, we are still one step behind on how we show that it's important to have some level of IP management. That is a very important dilemma, and it's the starting point for everything. We need to know what IP is there for. Otherwise, it's going to be empty and powerless to give an opinion or any recommendation. So even if IP department was built to check a box, it also depends on the IP professional to understand the strategy and be out there and see how IP can be the solution, not just another solution, but the solution, and start from there when you make the structure, even if it's just the very beginning of it, one single process, but one that solves one pain. Because when we do that, people stop to listen to you. They are more solidary to your process. So understanding the other's pain is an important thing in intellectual property to make sure that people connect to your deliverables. Because it's different from a regulatory department that says this is not according to the law because you're going to have to pay a fine. And not IP. IP, as I dare say, IP is within that law framework that we don't say that the laws don't catch here in Brazil, right? And people end up minimizing the impacts of some areas. We got a little choppy at the end, but it totally got you. So thank you so much, Juliana. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. And I hope to see you again soon in person so that we can move forward with our community of practice, because the idea is that we don't see each other only today, but we keep meeting through the year of 2026. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. So to abide with time, I'll pass it on to Ricardo. We are now going to the practical activity, and we no longer have translation because the next activity will be done in person. For those who are listening to the interpretation, thank you so much. Have a great day.